Discovery, go at throttle up.
Your lies are balloons, they pop in my face. I'll stop on the floor, leave no empty space. A carnival riot, no room for disgrace. Buttons clicking, hearts are ticking. Heads are flying, skies are splitting. Dance with the chaos, spin till you fall. A bird and screech is the end of it all. Round and round until we crawl. This is the inferno, the polka brawl. The tuba's a demon, the snare drum's a beast. The accordion fury will never be ceased. This is a battle of musical faith. The polka goes harder than hell's unleashed.
Okay, good morning, everybody. It's Monday. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody is doing well. May the 4th be with you. You recover finally? I did a lot of sleeping over the weekend. I did a lot of sleeping. I'm good. I'm good to go. And also with you, let us blast. And also that...
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
I think, and also with you is something different. Black Thunder God, hey! Gives in a sub to start the day. Thank you very much. How are you?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Give me 1 second. Okay. So, let's, I said it'd take about a week to get the Orion capsule working, so I'm just gonna fire up Kerbal and let's get right to it. Can you look at the Discord Cars and Motorsports? Sure. You can always tag me. But, yeah, I can do that. Cars and Motorsports. Yo! Hey! Hey, all right. We got some GT3 action right there. That looks like it's at Coda. Why am I here? That looks like that's Coda, right? That's nice, man. That's good. That's cool. Yeah, we got the Starbase noises. Yep. You need to like it. I know a guy's good at putting googly eyes on everything. No. Of course, my phone's ringing. Give me 1 second while Kerbal loads. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right. I blew up the building. Why? Because you made a phone call. No? All right. Toto was asking questions about re-entry into parachutes. Yeah, because Reed Wiseman was there. I've seen that video, yeah. Still, today sucks. Nova, Okay. Look. Yes. Does it suck? It's not cool. That's not fun getting laid off. It's not great. I've been laid off before from bagging groceries, but hey, whatever. It still hurts, you know? But dude, you think about it like this. One chapter closes, another one opens. You'll be alright. How was your weekend? I did a whole lot of nothing, Clayton. It was great. Did you see Charles Leclerc got a 20-second penalty and dropped to 8th? Yeah, they gave him course-cutting warnings because his steering column was apparently broken. But, you know. You know. Check Laz. What's up, Argon? I had fun playing on Friday. That was a good time. You see the little kablooey that happened at Starbase? Yeah! One of the combustors for their sound suppressor popped. Oh, there you go, Nova. Nova, what do you do? I don't think I ever bothered asking. Or what did you do? Justin Rothberg is a pro crash driver for BMW. Yeah, dude, that's IMSA. Yeah, no, he's good, man. Good stuff. Thanks for that review. Yeah, all good, man. You're a database administrator. I'm sure you could find a job, Blue or Firefly, man. There was an observation. Yeah, they were doing a pad deluge test in one of their combustors. Long story short, their deluge system needs to make a lot of pressurized gas really, really quickly. So they have combustors that do it. One of the combustors decided to leave the chat. Yeah, that's here. I can. That's not like super inside information. Here, hold on. Give me 1 second, I can show you. Yeah, this is right from DJ over at SpaceX. He's a systems engineer. He said one of the combustors decided to explode, decided to run. What you see there are pieces of the roof where they are. Yeah, it blew the roof off. Not a big deal, guys. Easily replaced. Honestly, that's not that big of a problem. I mean, you'd probably want to sit there and figure out why it did that, but you know. Give me 1 second.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hey, Older Buffalo, give the sub to Nova 1. Yeah, roof's not doing well. Yeah, it blew the roof off, guys. That's what happened. Yeah. So, like I said, there's a combustor here. In order to get... So, SpaceX... All right. Once again, you're probably... If you want a detailed explanation, Zach is probably going to get a good one going here in a second. He probably saw this and went... So, how does this work? How does that system work? All right. So, to get the... You need a lot of water into that flame trench for Starship very quickly. So how are you going to actuate a lot of water? Well, there's an easy way to do it. The way that NASA does it on 39A and 39B, you have a gigantic freaking water tower, fill it up with water, let it go, let Archimedes' principle do its thing. That works. If you don't want to opt for a system like that,
Discovery, go on throttle up.
what you have a gas purge system. So, or not gas purge, gas actuated is what it's called. So what does that do? The right way to say that is, so what they do is they heat up a ton of gas and they pump it into the water tanks, and it forces the water out of the water tanks at high speed and into the trench. And if you've seen how far that water shoots out of that deluge system, it's no joke. Those combustors in there are putting out a lot of force, putting out a lot of thrust to put a lot of gas into the water tanks to get them to go. Now, I know what people are going to say. I actually saw a couple people talking about this on social media. Like, why not use the water tower? The water tower is way simpler. Oh, because you want things that are tall around where your booster and rocket land? Yeah, I don't think that that's a good idea, having a water tower next to the main catch tower. They use gas. It's a pneumatic system, Clayton. Yeah. So Clayton, you ever well, you live down in Florida, so you've never done this. Okay. So in the fall, I have to take all the garden hoses off of my house, right? You don't want them to freeze. If they freeze, they're going to crack the pipe. That's the end of that. So what I do to purge out the line, I take my air compressor, fill up the air compressor, put the in one end of the hose, and just squeeze it and let it rip, and it shoots out like a fire hose. Literally that. It's that. That is how they do that. Also, the water tower would have to be taller than the catch tower. Yeah, exactly, Spoiled. I saw a couple people say, like, oh, why would you do that? Elon's so stupid. Why would you do that? I'm like, you want tall things near where your boosters land? Yeah, you know what, Spoiled? I got another idea. Here's what we do. On a runway, we just put the control tower as close to the runway as possible. You know, that way, it works better. No. 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 No, that's not a good idea. Kerbal is a very good example as to why. How many times have you crashed into that tower? I've crashed into it before. Twice. Once. Maybe a few times. Would a gravity tower provide enough pressure? Well, X-Wing, that's what I'm getting at. I mean, that's what Spoil's getting at, too. The tower would have to be gigantic. It would literally have to be the biggest water tower ever to create enough pressure. I mean, you could use Archimedes' principle and figure it out, but I think SpaceX said, frick that. Like, obviously, like, okay, you gotta look at how SpaceX does things, right? So SpaceX tries to delete parts. They're trying to delete parts. Yet they have this complicated sound suppression system. Why? Why would they opt for the complication? They would opt for the complication because building a water tower is not as simple as it seems. That's why they did it. Right? It makes perfect sense. The amount of water that you'd need to put to that pad is just... You'd need a water tower that's twice as big and twice as tall as 39A's, theoretically, right? Like, all I'm thinking is that the water tower systems at 39A are designed for a space shuttle, right? They're designed for the shuttle. I mean, they're not... I don't believe that the water towers were there during the Apollo program. I think that the Saturn V raw dogged the flame trench, which is just... Okay. Okay, that is a way to do that. That is a way to do that of all time. So figure the towers were built there for the shuttle program, right? Shuttle has about 33, 34 meganewtons of thrust at liftoff, right? Starship has double that. So you know, I know it's not linear, it's not a linear correlation, but you would at least need something that's double the size and double the height. So yeah, once again, let's just go back to, let's just put tall things where our boosters are going to land. Good idea. Nope. SRBs kill flame trenches more than liquid engines too. I've seen the deflectors up close at 39B. Yeah. It melts concrete like butter, which is, it's weird to see concrete that looks like slime. Yeah, it's weird. What is the volume of gas coming from all the shuttle's engines versus Starship? We'd have to get into mass flow rates on motors at that point, Hellfish. I mean, we could. I could do the math. I'm sure I have the math in my AIAA book on how to do that. I'm just using thrust as a marker, right? Because your thrust is derived from flow rate. Yeah, flow rate and exhaust velocity. So, well, no, that's specific input. It's Monday. Give me a break, man. Yeah, I was just using thrust. I mean, if you really wanted to be technical, you'd have to get into your propellant densities, right? And then you'd have to get into flow rate of propellants, exhaust velocity, etc., etc. So how's your coffee intake this morning? It's good. It's good. I'm enough of a nerd that I would love that. Not sure about the rest of chat. Does enough times you lost track count? Yeah, sure. Sure. Anyway. Oh, there is one other thing that I wanted to show you guys. I was having a conversation with David Willis here over on X. And you guys... So David Willis posted this. He posted a picture of this. Artemis 3 if it was really cool. And what it is SLS, the core stage, 5-segment boosters, with this thing, the universal stage adapter. The universal stage adapter was supposed to be on the EUS. It's supposed to go on top of the exploration upper stage. And the end result is supposed to look like that, right? And the EUS is supposed to go on top of the core stage. All right, so check this out. I replied and I was like, that's just direct with extra steps. And he's like, sure is. And then I started thinking about this for a second. I was like, wait a minute. Do you think Centaur 5 can fit in the universal stage adapter? And David said no, you'd need to redesign the PAF. I mean, David knows what he's talking about. I know that he knows SLS pretty dang well. So, and I was like, I was thinking, maybe redesign the PAF around Centaur 5 and use the staging adapter, which is this thing up here. Use the Orion stage adapter as a forward load reactor so Centaur wouldn't get crushed on ascent. And then it kind of hit me. I bet you that NASA's looking into this. I'll bet you that NASA's looking at that for their B1S configuration. Remember how I said you're not putting Centaur up there without some significant redesign to the adapter? You'd need an 8.4 adapter that goes from Orion, that goes from the core stage to Orion. The universal stage adapter does that. If you put a Centaur in here and took Centaur out of the direct load path and used the universal stage adapter as a use the universal stage adapter as your forward load reactor, boom, there you go. There's your B1S configuration. That's what it would look like. The Centaur 5 would be riding in here. Centaur won't have to support the LAS in Orion. It only has to support it when it's up on orbit. 25 tons, right in line. That's the Block 1S configuration. I'm saying it right now, as of May the 4th be with you, in the year of Darth Vader, 2026. That's what they're going to do. That's your solution right there. You're talking major changes to the staging mechanisms. Yeah, Hellfish, absolutely, no doubt. Once again, the question is still up in the air as to how long that's going to take. This one is, if Centaur can fit in that universal stage adapter, dude, and it looks like it almost can. Because, okay, so for reference, fellas, this right here, that's Centaur's width. That's how big a Centaur 5 is, and the Centaur 5 would probably... the engines would probably start right around here. It's about the right size. Longer than getting the EUS finished. I mean, Hellfish, I'm not going to sit here... I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't want the EUS finished, so don't get confused. But also, if you were going to do a standardized configuration, that's not a bad way to do it. I would actually opt for either one. Because load rating your reactor, load rating the payload attachment fitting in here for a Centaur, right, would make it so you could carry something heavier in here. Or higher mass, let me say. That wasn't a dig at you at all. No, I just want to manage expectations. Do we still have that completed universal stage adapter? Well, the completed universal stage adapter is a test, is a prototype. This thing right here, it's a prototype, but it does exist. USA's tooling already exists too. Yes, you could repurpose a lot of this. Now, to be 100% honest, I'm of the opinion you should just keep going with the EUS, like I said, dude. But that... So, Hellfish, where I'm at is you could do both of these things. Why not? You could do both of them. Why not do both? So you could launch B1S or SLS EUS. Just saying.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't think it's the worst idea. That could be an option that they're looking into, guys. There's no real reason to have both of them. Yeah, I guess. That does look nice, though. Yeah, use the Centaur as a stopgap till the US is ready, and then reuse the staging adapter, Pigzig. Yeah, that would be what I would do. What is this? Anyway, we got to get working on the capsule, but yeah, interesting conversation. Time-lapse of Earth's night side I created using a selection of the 12,000 released images from Artemis 2. Wow. Yeah, I see the satellites. I can, yeah, I see them. That's a lot of satellites. Wow. Feeling better? I'm good, Hokey. Whatever I had was just... It's gone. It was gone by Saturday. Yes, Dean, that's exactly what happens.
Discovery,
good dog.
go at throttle up.
2-month resub. I didn't realize we only had a prototype. I thought they actually might have a flight-ready one. No. Oh, not yet. It's funny because I did make a... Oh, no. We don't want that. That's the original file. You don't want that one. Nice, Miff. There you go. Warline, what's going on? What actually is complete for the EUS? Has any flight hardware been made? No. Qualification hardware has been made. I have a universal stage adapter. I put it right there. Still feeling good about May 12th. They had a little bit of problems with the pad, so I'm going to say no. Did you see Hank Green's Artemis timeline with all the photos taken along the timeline? Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, something like that, Shadowman. Yeah, it's going to be like the 16th or whatever. I'd say instead of the second week of May, third week. Something like that. Is this the base game or a mod for KSP? Caveman, this is stock KSP. I use flag. I have some flag textures here and there. Like I have my own custom flag set. But yeah, it's... Yeah. Stock. This is my SLS. We built out a Kerbal scaled model of SLS, and it works. It's pretty good. Yeah, dude. I mostly build in stock. I like the challenge. I like using the parts that I have to make something. That's cool. I mean, that's entirely like off the shelf. Doesn't really work in real life, but yeah. Yeah, here. I have, see, I also have this to go with it. You know? I started with the shuttle, and then I built my SLS replica, and I built direct and stuff off of my shuttle external tank and booster design. I don't know, Hokey. But yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure, man. With your background in designing stuff, can you design something for the game that does not have it? Well, it doesn't have an Orion capsule, and that's what we're going to be working on today. Can your ET get to orbit? Yes. So RJ, what I want to do with this architecture is I've been meaning to do a save for a long time, to show where you could take shuttle-derived launch architecture if you really want to. So what I want to do, this program is basically an amalgam. It's an amalgam of the shuttle program, so the original Space Transportation System program, the Artemis program, and little bits and pieces of Constellation. That's what it is. Met a guy that now works for Blue this weekend. He used to work on the shuttles, RS-25 specifically. Wild. Nice, dude. I mean, Clayton, in terms of modded parts, I have made modded parts. I have my hybrid tech hinges. I can make modded parts if we really wanted to. Problem is that modeling and texturing does take time for me. And I'm already pretty dang busy. Shuttle was probably your favorite spacecraft until Orion. I watched it go around the moon. Yeah, Caveman, I'm kind of with you. I grew up right around, you know, the shuttle. I grew up around the shuttle. So yeah, it always holds a space in my heart. You should be doing Star Wars builds today, no? Dudes, we're gonna work on Orion. All I'll say is may the 4th be with you, but we got work to do. I want to get this save up and running. I want to get mission mode 3 reactivated, so we're working on our Orion capsule today. Burbs. So what we got an Orion capsule. It does hold 4. It has the Gemini capsule as our command bridge, and then a command deck, and then a crew cabin below that. This does work. It works okay. I did make this Orion capsule out of fairings and heat shields to get the right scaled diameter to our SLS, to our shuttle, etc., etc. I'm kind of obsessed with scaling of all my stuff. Everything needs to be the right scale. Now, the thing is, I know what people are going to say, and we ran into this. Like, why not just use this? It's not big enough. That's supposed to be a scaled Apollo CSM. That's not really what we want here. It won't fit. Ain't gonna fit like that. Won't fit that. Can you give this thing a service module it deserves too? On my list of things. I'm really actually debating whether I want to make the Orion CEV or the MPCV. What is the crew capacity part used for this? It can carry 4 crew. So you got 2 crew in there, and then I shoehorned, because there's no stock Orion capsule that's that diameter. It needs to be about a 3-meter diameter if it's scaled. When you finish, will you send this to Rook so they know what to improve? Sure. No. You forget it. Yeah, that's this is scaled. That's Apollo to Orion. That's Orion's a big boy. It's a big capsule. You got a lot more space. You got about double the habitable volume. You want to keep it or redesign it? Keep what? The capsule? I don't know. We'll see. Hey, Red, thanks for the raid. Saw the raid this time.
Discovery, go at
Hello,
throttle up.
Katana. 21-month resub. Thank you. You're just waiting for Stoke to get their not a capsule off the ground. Yeah, that should happen. Was building the Kerbal International Space Station. Kiss. Nice. More like the Raid Panda. Am I right? Nice. So, I think RJ sent me over what I need here. You can use flags for windows, right? And I put the windows right where the windows are on the Gemini capsule there. Trying to think how we want to do that. I have window flags that we can use. Yeah, I don't know. Urban has some good window flags. Yeah. Whatever. I mean, the windows are aesthetic anyway. They're just there to look nice. Yeah, Forge. Operation Augur is tough, man. I actually did want to play it more, but the guys didn't want to. Hey, PC Tech, thanks for the 500 bits. All the best. You too, man. You too. Thank you. Doesn't it have the parachute cover missing? You're still going to build that. I haven't gotten that far, Blender guy. I haven't figured out how I'm going to make that. We might need to edit a fairing to get it to work right. Yeah, the forward cover is going to be a little bit of a pain. You can model an Orion capsule and put it in the game. Spoiled, I am not 100% sure I could get that done in any reasonable amount of time. By the way, screw you, I bought BF6 after watching you in the NSF, lads. We're gonna have to play it for after hours tonight. That's what's gonna happen. Yeah, Augur is tough, dude. You know what it... You know what it reminds me of? Counter-Strike. It is Counter-Strike. That's how you play that. You play it like you play Counter-Strike.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Interesting. It's not exactly like Counter-Strike because, like, for instance, okay, in Counter-Strike, somebody can only carry a certain amount of grenades. So you count the grenades. If they drop 5 smokes, then you know that there's going to be no more smoke grenades, right? Or if you hear 5 frag grenades go off, you know there's you know, there's only gonna be a certain amount of grenades, and that's the kind of stuff I like to count when I'm playing Counter-Strike. Who dropped what grenade where? Flashbang's a little bit harder to predict because you can carry double flashbangs in Counter-Strike. Are we about to change up the title? No. We gotta work on Orion. I'll save that one for later. Hey, Liz, how are we feeling about Flight 12? Third week, I'd say. They had some problems with the combustor. With one of the combustors in the pad deluge system. The cover is where you failed with your stock replica. If you model it yourself, you could also just take a mod. So there's not really a reason to model it yourself. Where's the fun in that, Blender guy? What do you mean the pad deluge? Not a combustion. Well, it's a combustor, Hokey. They need combustors to generate enough gas to create the ullage that they need to actuate the water. It's a pneumatic sound suppressor. One of the combustors decided to explode and pop and blow the roof off of the building that it was inside over the weekend. They got to fix it, but yeah, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Did you just scale the Apollo capsule? The frustrum is a different shape, John. No, Orion's wider. The angle of the cone is different. So the cover is where you failed for your stock replica. All right, well, let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do, Blender guy. I might have a way to do it. Yes, Geek, that's what happened, yeah. Yeah, Blender, I got what you're saying. I just don't like blackboxing stuff in KSP. The Kraken already is enough of a unknown, you know what I mean? So, like, if I'm using somebody's mod, I have no idea how they programmed it, I have no idea what aerodynamic properties they gave it, what's the drag cube look like, etc., etc. That's why I'm kind of like, using all the stock parts are fairly predictable. Hang on, I need a glass of water, I'll be right back. Yeah, Ship 20, I don't think that's going to be that big of a problem. They'll probably fix it. Yeah, it's not going to delay too much. So, how would we do that forward cover? Okay. Fellas, I've never done this. I've never built a capsule out of a fairing like
Discovery,
this before.
go at
I'm
throttle.
not 100% sure how this thing is going to act. How will the Kerbals get out? They don't. Is this KSP 1 or 2? It's KSP 1. Hey, as well, 60-month resub. Dude, you got your worm logo. Right on. I mean, Orion, as far as I can tell, cannot support extravehicular activities. They only have the Ox suits in the architecture that NASA is using. Built many capsules out of fairings and never had issues. That's great. That's good to know. Hang on. Bill's here. Take some Mad Bull. Alright. In the rear with the gear. So, how I'm thinking about doing this is... I mean, our capsule is basically a one-time use thing, dude. It's not... This Orion, we've already said, is not reusable per, like, my mission mode rules. I usually build stuff to reusable spec in case, just in case, but this is not. And that's probably the biggest reason why I don't like it. I don't like skirting my rules. My reusability requirement rules are not just there to, they're not just there to... you know, hedge my bets that I might reuse something someday. Turns out if you build for reuse, I would argue that your craft becomes much more Kraken proof. It is much more likely to build, to work with a bigger design. Small inline crew fuselage was a hatch. Well, we did a little bit of a trade study, Louiso, into figuring out what hatches work. We can get the lander can hatch to work. But if you do, right, we can like put the lander can hatch on the side here. And have it like stick out. Like that, but you know, like that. It does work, but it looks ridiculous. The lander can is like clouding up the interior. You can't see anything. The inflatable airlock to get out of the fairing is not a bad idea. Actually, I don't mind that, RJ. KSP2 came out early access in 2011 and released on 2015 for 1.0. I got a bump on my head. Let me think. So Blender Guy, I think I got a good way on how to do this in stock. Getting all the pilot chutes. I don't do the pilot chutes because we don't have pilot chutes. I just, the drogues and mains. I'm pretty sure I could do it. We would need to do some fairing editing. I don't know if that constitutes stock KSP for you or not. I don't have a problem with doing some minor fairing edits here and there. So clipping the lander can is fine too. Dude, I would almost rather just model the stupid thing. Honestly, modeling an Orion capsule and making a good heat shield for it is probably not going to be... I could probably model it in a couple of days. Like actually 1 or 2 good modeling streams. Like, it's a capsule, it's not too hard. And I've always said, like, if I'm going to use mods, I would really like it to be mods that I made. Yeah. A couple of chamfered vertices here and some thrust actuators in Unity. We could probably make this work. Yeah, the cool part would be getting the windows right. I can make this recessed piece. That's no problem. Yeah, I mean, this part, Blender Guy, would be a little, not difficult to get right, but yeah, we could do it. I mean, the windows are pretty straightforward. Interesting arrangement for how they have their thrusters set up. The roll left thrusters are on the left, roll right thrusters on the right. Usually it's backwards for other capsules. Are you saying weather guy, blender guy, blender guy? I'm confused. There's a blender guy over there and weather guy, you're over there. More reliably be able to see from a capsule window. Yeah, Hokie, I kind of want to look into it, dude. I would like to look into a trade study here. Just a quick feasibility on making this. It shouldn't be too hard. And I know me. When I start thinking stuff like that, that means I'm not thinking about the whole scope of the project. I really don't think it's going to be, that would be this difficult. Like, I can abstract the parachutes, right? Hey, Alucard. What is modeling in KSP? So, Sydney, what I'm talking about, so these are 3D models. The capsules, all the parts in KSP were all 3D modeled. I can make this. I can make this in 3D, in a 3D CAD program. I can make it. It's no problem. Let me just look at, like, relative poly count here. What's the budget? Or not relative poly count. I'm trying to see what they did with the topography there. Okay, so they do have an indent. All right, I see what they did there for the door. The real hard part, guys, would be getting it to play nice in KSP. Yeah, I mean, coding it shouldn't be too hard, JSpeed. It's just, you have to put thrust transforms. And you have to give it the right flags to have thrusters and whatnot. That shouldn't be hard to put to get those all into the module correctly. They're modules. You have to attach them to the part. They update the visuals for the 3 Kerbal capsule. No, the interior would be tough. Getting the interior right would be. I've never done an interior. The closest we came was with the shuttle. Who choose to model the capsule not because it is easy, but because it is hard. Guys, we'd need the entire month to get it done right. I would budget the entire month for this capsule. Which means we're not going into mission mode 3 until much later. Just putting it out there. The plugin configuration inside the Unity editor was more complicated. A month of modeling and texturing. No, I probably get the modeling done in a week. Texturing is going to be the hard part. really have a good texturing program that I'm comfortable with the workflow for. That's what got me with building more modded parts. I just,
Discovery, go at
the
throttle up.
texturing doesn't really... I use Maya, Blender guy. Texturing though, I don't really have a texture like a texturing program that I'm comfortable with. I'd say get a minimum viable product, then tweak it over time. UV mapping is horrible. UVing is bad if you leave it all till the end, dudes. Honestly, it's bad if you do it all at the end. It's easy if you do it as you go. Much easier, actually. Don't allow for scope creep. A mod capsule should be the last resort. Helfus, I'm just not happy with this. That's the problem. I'm not happy with this. I don't like it. Yeah, I really don't. I don't like it at all. And honestly, if I was going to model the capsule, that's all I would do. I would model the capsule because I can make the service module. The service module's not a big deal. Then start again. No, you're not understanding what I'm saying. It's not the shape or anything about the capsule that I don't like. I hate the fact that my crew tank is like clipped inside, and we have another crew tank clipped inside there, and it doesn't have a side hatch, and we don't have the right sized heat shield, etc., etc. I don't like any of that. That's where I'm like, eh. The textures, you can use affinity. What's affinity? I could always just outsource it to somebody that who can do visuals is not okay. Ditch the clipped crew capsules and just use 4 command chairs. No, I don't want that either, John, because, yeah, I don't want that. Then you wouldn't be able to control it. You wouldn't be able to control it. Like, at least with this, you have an IVA view. You have an intra-vehicle activity view. Problem is that it's cluttered. I found a model from NASA that you can use it for reference. It's an STL, though. Would you do IVA if you model the thing? Yes. But, like I said, guys, it's not just the damn hinge. The hinge didn't take very long because it's easy to make. How often do you use IVA? A lot. Conversely, Blender guy, let's take a look. The Artemis construction kit. It's no longer available off Imager. That's great. No. Excuse me. That's like super realistic. I don't know if that's gonna look good with the rest of my Kerbal build, dude. I have Artemis construction kit. It's very good and very detailed, but is it stock alike, dude? It is stock alike. I don't know, I'm debating. It's a shame that the pictures don't work.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, those are I don't know, man. I have this thing about mods. It has to look like it fits. I'm anal retentive about that. That's the other reason why I don't use mods. I don't want something that looks like super nice like that that's not Kerbalized. It looks weird. It doesn't look right. Sorry, it's just that's kind of my wheelhouse, dudes. I don't like it. I don't like it if it's not. Give restock a look. What's restock? And once again, guys, I'm not necessarily going to download any mods. I just want to look. I'm just looking around. Neat. Oh, they gave the KS25 its turbo pumps. That's cool. Yeah, I don't want anything like that. Yeah, I don't want restock. It's good. It looks like it changes too many things for me, for my taste. Another thing to consider, guys, is that we could just go have our Orion have 3. We could just have it have 3 people in it. Really wouldn't care if it did. Here, let me remove my service module. Restock is led by Nirtea. Yeah. Tom Brady and Bill Belichick endorse it fully. Nice. See what you did there. Honestly, I'm kind of cool with that. That's fine with me. I wish we could get it to the point where it would, they'd be able to jump out. I don't like it. I don't like not being able to get the Kerbals out of the capsule. That's what's getting me, dude. Like, it shouldn't be a problem, but I don't like it. I don't, that's what's getting me about this. I don't want that. Looking at the scale of construction kit, it would not fit your scale anyway. Goopla is way too big, dude. Yeah, Isabel, it's way too big for what we're trying to do. And it only holds one Kerbal, so I don't want that. Could they EVA on Artemis if they needed to? No. Did you not just gizmo a lander cam with the port sticking out? Yeah, but I didn't like it. There's always the option to mod it yourself. There is the option to mod it myself, yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. There's a mod that removes the hatch obstructed feature. Yeah. I don't know if I want that, dude, because then the Kerbals could potentially get out in a scenario where it could kill them. There's a way with flags to make it look realistic. That's not necessarily high on my priorities, but I see what you did there. Not your build, yeah. Yeah, I see what whoever did this did. That's not a bad idea. So once again, I'm just trading everything off here. Like, we have the week. I budgeted a week to do whatever. Like, the other thing is that I could just go with the Taurus 1 capsule and call it a day. How about using Jeb Liner? I'm gonna spend probably maybe about 10 more minutes thinking about this, and then I'll make a decision. Well, I would have to do it anyway, RJ. Yeah, Echo. That's what's getting me. I could model one, model the outside, and call it a day. The inside would be an issue. I mean, another thing that we could do is we could copy the 1-3 command pod's interior and just give it to it. That'd be kind of funny. You can do that.
Go at throttle up.
You could just copy it. That's what you said to do earlier? Oh, nice. Well, that's good to know. You could tweak scale. It's not the right angle. It's not the right frustrum shape. Would you need to add a seat? Yeah. Not without mods, Waymill. Yeah. Yeah, it only has 3 seats, yeah. Alright, you know what? Let's just keep going with this. I'll keep going with this, and if I find a dead end that I don't like, we'll figure it out. Get off the screen. All right, let's I'll just keep going with this. We'll see what we can do. Like I said, I don't necessarily mind that the crew can't get out of this thing. They can't get out of it in real life. You need somebody else there to open the hatch. I mean, they can egress out the hatch if they need to, but in ideal circumstances, you shouldn't have to. Only we could get that thing to work. It's too big. What are the struts for? Rulers. It's an isometric view in the KSP editor, dude. Look at it. You'd use profile curves to model in real life. I mean, depending on your modeling method, right? In your mission mode, rules isn't reusability, just that you can get it back, not necessarily do a full reintegration. I know there are limitations around that. Would not technically having the hatch be that within spec, you could still get it back and pick it up and reuse it. You wouldn't be able to reuse the heat shield. Dude, it's not necessarily the hatch that's the problem there in that regard. There's no 3-meter heat shield. Your modeling method is to turn right. You're not an ambi-turner. You can't turn left. What about the inflatable heat shield? What's that gonna do? What's that gonna do? Could something like tweak scale work? Never mind. Why not just model the 3-meter heat shield? See, I wouldn't necessarily be against that. Modeling a 3-meter heat shield shouldn't be too hard. We can quite actually just copy the textures here and the ablator function. You know what? Let me look at something. Nothing in here about scale, I don't think. And let me look up some documentation. Part flags KSP1. No, I don't want to bookmark that. Come on, hands. Did you hear about the bread strike at Newark Airport? Yeah. Something wrong. We too low. We hit truck. That's attachment node. Those are attachment nodes. That's ATTN is attachment node. That driver's gonna get paid. Yeah. That plane crashed into my truck. They hit a light pole, then the light pole hit the truck. Crazy. Here's the jettison. That's the jettison part data. There's the decouple module. There's the ablator module. There's a color changer module to make the heat shield change. That is a module to allow it to show up in career mode for a testing subject. That's the lift. That the heat shield generates lift. Cargo part? Why would the heat shield have a cargo part? There's the KOS module. Ablator 100. Flow state is tweakable. True. Hide flow is visible. Flow mode both. What do you think about For All Mankind? For All Mankind's pretty cool. It lost me in season 2. It got a little too sci-fi for my taste, which is fine. Like, don't get me wrong. Yeah, it's an alright show. After season 2, I'm just like, I don't really get what's happening here. Like, I guess it focused a little bit too much on the drama and not enough on, like, the space aspects of it, which is fine. Whatever. That's what people want. Model node scaling most directed. A part CFG, you could scale the model using the model node. Models, 1.5 scales the visual mesh. Yeah, I was trying to see if you could do it directly into the craft file. You can change attributes directly in the craft file, but I don't think we can do it here. So we're looking for the model node. None of it. What about scale? There's my documentation, and that's the only documentation in it. Yeah, you could scale the part and not the craft file. Okay, let's go here, and let's see if we can find a solution that I like this way. So... game data, squad, parts, thermal. Myth, where did you say that thing was? Fuel tank scale. Where the hell are the heat shields? Oh, right there. See, they do something a little bit strange here. They have heat shield 0, 1, 2, and 3. So what they're doing is they made one heat shield, and they made a bunch of different CFGs for different sizes of said heat shield, and it tweaks the scale depending on the CMG or the CFG. I don't know if I made, like, for instance, heat shield 4, if that's going to register correctly. Let me just look at heat shield 3 CFG. Heat shield 3. They did that to save data, because it's the same heat shield, it's just scaled 3 times. That's Rover Dude optimization all day. Rover Dude's good, man. He's good at what he did, dude. I haven't talked to him in forever. He's still around, I think. Where the hell was it? I lost it. It's not in thermal where it should be. Utility? Heat shield was an arrow. Thank you. So there's the DDS, and then there's the shroud fairing DDS file, and then there's the MU, so it has to... Oh... It's compiled off of an MU, which means you'd need a Unity scene to make another one. We might be able to fudge this. Hold on. So that's a 625. That's 1.25. That's 2.5. And that's 375 right there. So 0, 1, 2, and 3. Hey, Nubius, what's going on? There's a rescale factor in that CFG. Yeah, absolutely, but I don't want to mess with the other heat shields, so... Let me just check this. It's using... Model is heat shield 3. MU files are the model files, Blender guy. They're the model files that have been compiled in a Unity scene. Because if you're going to make a part for KSP, you have to model it, you have to texture it, and then you have to put it in Unity. And then in Unity, you tell it what it... in a Unity scene, you tell it what it does. That's what I'm thinking, Rares. That's probably a good idea. So let's open this. right? Let's go heat shield 4. Let's see if we can get away with this. Heat shield 4, pull from the same exact thing, and then I'm wondering if we change the rescale factor, what is it going to do? Center of pressure offset, center of lift offset, Casper's white. Hey, Edge Dose. You can use Notepad++ compare to see all the differences. Really? Oh, that's good. Where's the compare? You have to install it. Oh, okay. Don't worry about it. I'll just old school and just use the Mark 1 eyeball. There's all your constraints for your testing. There's the lifting surface. Defectional lift coefficient is... I'm going to change that to 3.02 because that's what our heat shield size is. Rescale factor. We might have to change the auto locator. Either that or it'll automatically reassign it. Hold on. So rescale factor here. I'm wondering if that's a master rescale right there because it's going to compile a 375 heat shield. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell this config file to take a 375 heat shield and scale it to 3.02, which is what I need. That way we can kill one of the things that's bugging me, which is the back heat shield. I'll know that the capsule will fly a little bit better that way. So 3.75 divided by 3.02 is 1.2. So it's 1.24. Let's do that in reverse. 3.02 divided by 3.75 So we need it to be 0.8. Yeah, 0.805. Let's put a 0 in there just so the computer understands it. Save that. People suggest tweak scale. I'd rather do it this way to show my work, so to speak. And I don't want tweak scale in here. I don't want that. I'd rather just make another one. I won't put the parentheses in there. It might confuse it. All right. So we're going to have to recompile KSP. Copy the part folder. I already did that, dude. Yeah, I already did all that, Drew. Let's just see if it's scaled off of the same thing. So you got to go in here. We got to go to database, reload the database. Give it a second. I'm reloading KSP without shutting KSP off. That's what that does. This is the debug menu. Alt F12 to open it up. Oh, well, I don't know what it is nowadays. They did change it. I'm not sure if it's Alt F12 anymore. Usually faster to just reload KSP. Where's the fun in that? Then I wouldn't be able to show people this functionality. It's 3 times better than Alt F4. Right. Would that fix the Control Z issue? Not sure. Okay, any errors? We don't see any in the recompiler, so. Hi, chat. Hey, AJ. So top. I'm having flashbacks, chat. Flashbacks. Please hold. Reload this scene. Now go back into the SPH. There we go. There it is. It worked. It didn't change the name though. We have 2 375 heat shields. One's reading as heat shield 4. We're gonna have to change the title in the CFG, which Drew is that's what you were telling me to do. Whoa. Is my part causing an issue here? Oh! Let's just kill it before it kills us. Let's just, it's something there that's, it doesn't like. It's loading, it's trying to load like a bunch of titles all at once. I'm not sure what this code does, that auto locator stuff, but I'm going to guess that having double auto lock, whatever that is, I didn't change those numbers to the other one. Whatever it was trying to load 2 heat shields at once. I'm pretty sure that's what made it croak. I don't know what that means. It might be for tech tree category placement. No, there's a thing for that. Yeah, tech required, advanced landing and entry cost, and then cost of heat shield. It did pick up the scale though. The shield seemed to be a little bit small. I'm gonna get rid of this. It might break it again. Let's just... save it. Reload KSP and see if it croaks. Well, if we can get... let's get the file working correctly. Like I said, if we can get this kind of kills one of the pain points, so to speak, that I don't like. I don't like that the heat shield isn't the right size, and I hate the half fairing, half heat shield. Half herring? It's part bird. I don't like that. All right, well, let's look around for any red. In bird culture, that is known as a dick move. I don't ever remember this taking so damn long. Excuse me, sir. Herring is a fish. Heron is a bird. Bro, do I look like a biologer to you? I just want a freaking 3-meter heat shield. I mean, it did take this long. It's not taking this long now because of that heat shield thing, I'll tell you that. Oh, good news. I'm walking almost completely normal now. Sciatica issue is pretty much gone. So Nubius did like a doctor hit you in the back with a baseball bat a couple of times, just knocked everything back into position? That's good, though. I mean, that's good, man. That's good. Mild muscle relaxer for a couple weeks did the trick. Dude, you know what does it for me? Like, so what I do, I take my thumbs, right? And I go on either side of the discs and I just go up like that. Do that like really hard a couple of times. That's what knocks the screws loose or knocks them back in. For me, it works. I don't know why. I don't want to know. I broke something back there and hitting it repeatedly fixes it, so. Okay, here we go. Moment of truth. Good. Good. But yeah, dude, that's good, man. I'm glad. That's not fun. Sciatica sucks. More like suck at it or whatever. We should change the ablator amount. There it is. We got it. Look at that. We made a halfway heat shield. Nice. All right, let's load up the capsule. I don't think anything broke. Yeah, the yellow caution is it has to do with collider orientation. It's using the same scale to MU. It should be fine. The yellow is not a big deal. Yeah, the yellow, it's the red you got to look out for. All right. Now let's go in here. She just needs to be a smidge bigger. Let me check the colliders and everything as requested. Collision mesh is right. What about the attachment points? The attachment points are going to be a little weird. It doesn't have the small point. Really? Oh, that is the small point because it's already attached. I'm an idiot. Okie siddly diddly dokie, oh. I'm an idiot. That's true. I really need that heat shield to be just a little bit wider on the diameter. What is the difference between EJ doing what he just did in the tweak scale mod? I made another part. I duplicated the part. I didn't just scale another heat shield. I essentially did it. From what I understand, that's basically what tweak scale does without you. I did tweak scale without tweak scale. We could just make that just a smidge bigger. Why is 3.02 bigger than 375? It's not. That's a 2.5 heat shield. 2.5, 3 meter, 375. It needs to be a little bit bigger. It didn't pick up that scale correctly. So let's... back up. Don't save. Can you do that with the fuel tanks too? You do it with any part. There, Jay. Yeah. I wouldn't do it with fuel tanks, dude. The reason why I don't want to go ham with it is so... I don't want to get carried away with modifying the game too much to the point where it's unrecognizable. Can you make the command pod bigger? Yeah. Yeah, you could, Rarest, yeah. Yeah, the frustrum is a different angle, though. That's the issue with the pod. The cone is not the right shape. Stock KSP or with DLC stuff? I use the DLCs. The 2 DLCs are stock KSP for me. The Starship Notice to Airmen for the Gulf is out now, still targeting the 12th. Okay. But yes, we could. The recompiler is playing havoc with the visual mods. absolutely playing havoc with it, but whatever. Water. Yeah, whatever. My spaceplane hangar is flooding. Okay, we just reload the game from now on. Try 825 and see what that does. Yeah, Recompiler doesn't work with the visual mods. That used to work a lot better before I was running visuals. I flooded the hangar, yeah. I wanted the hangar. I wanted to stage Kerbin naval battles in my hangar, so I flooded it. No. No. Not much of a dry dock if it's full of water. Yeah. I think the reason why it's taking so long to load is because of my thousands of craft files. I have every craft file that I've ever made since probably about 2017 loaded into this KSP save, and it doesn't like it. It doesn't like it. It's well over 1,500 crafts. Like, I'd say that's a very conservative estimate. And when I mean every single craft, I mean every single craft. I was just testing the fire suppression system in the hangar. Yeah. So we need more RAM? No, I don't think RAM's gonna fix this. I have 96 gigs of RAM in this computer. Yeah, that's not doing. We need more dedicated RAM. Steve Ballmer has 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90. 96, why not 100? Guys, is 100 gigs of RAM even possible? What is RAM in? RAM is in... It's... what's the base for it? Like, you can have... So, RAM can only be certain numbers. It can only be certain amounts. Base 2. Yeah. Yeah, you could do 96 gigs with a 4 gigabyte stick, I suppose, if you wanted to have 100 right off the bat, but you'd be wasting DIMM space at that point, am I wrong? Like, that's just a waste of a DIMM to get that exact number. You want to maximize, the idea is to maximize the amount of RAM, random access memory that you have per DIMM. DIMM is the slot that the RAM goes into. So if you have 4 DIMMs, right? You'd want to maximize the amount of RAM that you can get in there. There, like, once again, there's also hardware limitations. I mean, once upon a time, and I don't know if this is true anymore. Once upon a time, that you could only have so much RAM. You could put a ton of RAM in your computer. The processor wouldn't be able to read it. What CPU do you have? 9950 X3D. Nope. What was that one? 825. I need to go 835. I think that should do it. Save it. Bring it down here. Get rid of that. Alt F4. Almost all consumer chips prefer only 2 sticks anyway. Yep. You say pa? Yeah. Pa. Or else EJ here will eat your Kerbal snacks. Like Kobayashi, baby. You actually saw him eat Kerbal snacks? Yeah, it was in international water, so technically he couldn't be prosecuted, but I seen him do it. That was a Murloc? What was that? For RAM, it's based off of the density of the chips themselves, which are base 8. So you can get 1 to 256 gigabyte DIMMs. Anything over 64 needs to be an RDIMM. What is an RDIMM? Are you going to the DIMMs later? That's what I'm asking. Back, I saw my cardiologist. Things are good, but I have 32 gigabytes, but I want 96 gigabytes. Your heart has RAM, Clayton? Registered, got it. Hey, JK. Your PC. Well, I'm sorry, you switched subjects on me real quick there, and I got a little confused. I wanted a Threadripper, but chat wouldn't let me get a Threadripper. They're like, you don't need a Threadripper. And I'm like, yeah, nobody needs a Threadripper. I want a Threadripper, all right? Just because it has Threadripper in the name. That's cool. It wasn't right for it. See, they're doing it again. Dang it. Right, you don't know me. You don't know me. You do know me. Mrs. Pancakes! Ah! You have a Threadripper? Nice. Nice. Got it. EJ's next upgrade is 160 core UPYC. Yeah, right? Screw it, right? Like, hey, if a Threadripper can't run Kerbal, nothing can, or something. No, it's, I know, I understand the hardware architecture is different, but also it has Threadripper in the name. That's cool. All right? Don't say EPYC. You just did. My man. Looking good. Slow down! My man! The name is cool, but the price isn't cool. Yeah. Yeah. Just a bit outside. What did we set it to? Okay, that's the craft file. All right. Reload 1 to 2 more times, and then we get this right. One of your friends bought 128 gigabytes of RAM to play Farming Simulator. All right. Hey, you got it. You got to have the big farm. But Threadrippers have a way bigger cache than Ryzen's, and I'm pretty sure that benefits KSP more. Blender guy, that was my argument, but, you know... I mean, that and it has Threadripper in the name, and that sounds amazing. Are you planning on doing the Constellation Mars mission DRA 5.0? Something like that, Kai. I have a little bit of a different idea about the MTV Copernicus, though. Yeah, I have a little bit of a different idea of how we're going to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make eventually, when we decide to bugger off to Mars or wherever, I am going to make an SLS core stage with nuclear thermal engines at the bottom. This will be a highly modified SLS core stage. And essentially, I'm going to put all the fuel in the hydrogen tank, right? And then on top of the SLS core stage, I'll have the universal stage adapter, like what we were showing at the beginning of the stream. And then perhaps an Orion on the top, perhaps just a fairing. And what I want to do is I want to make the SLS core stage into the transfer vehicle. And then I'll send the shuttle up to it, and we could have the shuttle build out its modules. We could have the shuttle attach, I could attach my solar panel arrays from my space station to it. We could put modules on it, make it whatever, you know, make it look however. And we could attach radiators to it, you know, for the nuclear engines. Can outfit all that up in space. And then, yeah. So the Apollo, think about it like this. The Apollo program wanted to take Skylab and make that into their transfer vehicle. I want to make SLS core stages into my transfer vehicles. Make sense? And you could refuel. I could add the refueling architecture to it. It shouldn't be too hard. You could use the SRB attachment points with Kerbal logic to refuel it if you really wanted to. I never realized how huge Skylab was until you went over that recently. Yeah, Nubius, Skylab's no joke. It's gigantic. Dude, something strange that I've noticed. Like, we don't... Like, the way NASA does things, dude, is very... I'm not going to say strange, right? Because that's not really the right way to say it. It's just... Nobody has... I'm not going to say, like, grandiose ideas, because obviously there's, you know, complications with that. But, like, dude, the SLS core stage, just as an example, like... Or even the EUS or something. Why, like, the Apollo program moved from making S4B, like, they made an S4B into a space station in a couple of years. Right? They just took one and said, screw that. We're not going to use that to go to the moon. We're going to use it. We're going to build a space station inside of it. And it was just because the pressure vessel is already designed to hold liquid hydrogen, right? Like, you know it's going to work. You know it's not going to not work, right? Like, obviously. Why don't we... I just don't understand why we don't see more dry workshops. Like, it's not... I wouldn't call that a dead-end technology by any means. Not even wet workshops, dude. Just dry workshops. Like, why aren't people making space stations out of their stages? There's got to be a good reason, but I don't know. Like, go figure. Like, dude, even a Falcon 9 second stage would make that's a pretty spacious interior right there. That's 3.7 meter diameter. That's an ISS module, basically. Like, that's pretty good. Like, you launched a Falcon, like, if you launched a Falcon Heavy, right? And, well, Heavy wouldn't be able to get it all the way to orbit. But, you know, maybe that's the reason. But yeah, the way the Apollo program repurposed what they were doing, like, really, really easily, like, you build out an integrated architecture like that, it makes it a lot easier to kit bash it. I don't know. Just a food for thought, I suppose. Oh my goodness, it's almost the right size. You know what? That's probably good. I'm gonna call that one good. And I'm going to... We're gonna do it. There's an awesome exhibit at the Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville where you can walk inside Skylab. Yeah. There's a NASA concept for... Yeah, Kai, there's always a NASA concept for this or a NASA concept for that, dude. I'm saying do one of those things, man. Alright, well that's not... It's not going to be detachable. But that more or less is the right size. And that means that I can take this, and we don't need to make that heat shield shape, but we can make it silver. Oh. Can you go any more forward with this? Oh, that's killer. I like that. Except the capsule's sticking out, but whatever. Have you changed the ablator amount? No, I haven't. We can easily do that. 800, 1800. All right. Fine. Meet them in the middle. 1200. Boom. We should adjust its mass too. Oh, I think I already did. Yeah, I already did that. Cool. Excellent. How much mass did it end up being? 2.55. Yeah, that's fine. I'm cool with that. Nice. All right, hold on. Let me attach my heat shield. So I just made a new heat shield part and just made it a scaled replica of another one. I need to work on the attachment node there. It wants to attach to that damn shroud node. Hold on. I don't want to attach to that. The heat shields act funky when you do that. Oh, yeah. Not bad, dude. Really not bad. Alright, just get out of these so I don't accidentally modify them again. Get rid of that. What the hell's VSR3 mean? Not bad, dudes. That's not bad at all. All right, let's, you know, I just wanted to see if that would work, and it does. I hate that there's a docking port popping out of that, but whatever. No, Bim, I kind of figured that we don't really need it. We don't really need EVA. Orion will be attaching to a lot bigger vehicles, so it's not... It ain't as big of a problem. What I did do was I went into Kerbal and I made a new heat shield. I made a 3-meter heat shield for my Orion capsule. Yeah, I made a 3-meter. Yep. So how the heat shield works, you obviously have a bunch of different heat shields, a bunch of different sized heat shields, all the way up to... $375, right? So what I did was I added one. The way Kerbal does it makes it so you could just copy one and then make it a different size. And that's exactly what I did. And it'll scale the shape. You just have to modify the crap files. So I have a 3-meter heat shield now for my Orion capsule to eliminate that half fairing, half heat shield design that I did not like. So now we have a 3-meter heat shield that goes with it. That definitely makes this a little bit easier to screw around with. At least I know when we go to test the capsule that it's going to be a little bit more in line with what I'm expecting, the behavior that I'm expecting. Like, I know it'll perform okay. Because I've made fairing heat shields like this, you know, I've made heat shield leading capsules like this before, and it works, but... I'm interested in how you're going to design the IDSS. Yes, that's really what we got to do. Now we got to really kind of figure out placement exactly where we want this stuff to be. I ideally would love it if it was right there, but... That's going to cause an issue. Who knew? A Gemini capsule can't fit inside of Orion. Hey, Josh. Hey, it's the number. 42 monthly sub. Angle the nose
Discovery,
down.
go and throttle up.
With the bigger heat shield ARJ, we have a little bit more room to maneuver here. See, I don't mind if it's popping through the parachute cover like that. I don't mind. That's okay. Because that's going to be covered by fairing anyway. It would be nice if we could get this to the point where they could egress out of it. I think that would do it. Then that's going to look strange with the cover. I don't hate it. Take it off snap. Yeah, I'm just custom moving it now. Try it. It might tip over because of all the rulers. Yeah, TJ, it scaled the collider as well, so it should be okay. Yeah, it's just barely obstructed. So yeah, TJ, the way they made it, it scaled the collider box. So that heat shield is it actually is just a scaled version of the other heat shields. We might need to tweak the arrow a little bit. I'm going to have to do arrow testing at some point. Dude, I'll bet you we could tweak that to get it right. I don't mind if it has a black stripe like this. That really doesn't bother me. Try it one more time. It's a racing stripe. It'll go faster, right? Kind of what I was worried about the first time, but nope. It's still giving me a hatch obstructed. It might be from the ruler. It might be from the diameter ruler. Stable 2.5? Yeah. No, stable. We're at stable 3. What the heck could be obstructing that? What about the Mark 1 with the centered hatch? Mayan, yeah, we tried that, dude. A Mark 1 would certainly make things a little bit easier, huh? My big problem with the Mark 1 is that you'd have to really angle it. It would end up looking something like that. Does the collider determine obstruction? It's the collider with the fairing, yeah. That right there should get me what I'm looking for. I thought we were getting somewhere with the lander can. Just chill. Just chill. Baby, go relax. The egress position wouldn't be in the right spot here, but this is kind of what I'm going for. Yolanda, just chill. Be like the Fonz. Just chill. It doesn't like it. I really don't understand why it doesn't like it, but... See, I like this because that's where Reed and Victor were sitting, and that's where their spots are in the capsule. They're right there. And Jeremy and Christina are like right below them. They'd be right here, kind of on the center line of the capsule, more or less. I do dig that. That's actually really cool. If only they could get out of the damn thing. I wonder what's obstructing it. It was cool to see Reed at the F1 race. Yeah, he was there. Total Wolf would be interested in the parachute rigging system. That's really funny, actually. Freaking nerd. All right, let's move this up just a little bit more. Try without the fairing. Just as troubleshooting. We know it's the fairing, Mario. I know it's the fairing for a fact. Is there a way to get rid of the front of the Mark 1 capsule to make it look better? Get rid of the front? What do you mean? You almost stranded your Kerbals around Duna. Uh-oh. No, you can't get rid of this. You think so, Kinder? I'll try it. Yeah, Hazer. That's right. Is there a way to remove the colliders on the capsule? It's not the colliders on the capsule, it's the fairing, dude. Yeah. Good guess, Kinder. That's not a bad idea. But yeah, didn't like it. How come I could get this thing to work so much better before? I don't understand. We're either like right on the cusp of it working, or it just doesn't like this for some reason. I moved it up just a little bit. I'm just wondering if how far we have to move this to get it to work. Do you still need the 2 fairings? Now with the heat shield, you could just make it out of 1. Yeah, I still need to do the 2 fairings, dude. Really? Still obstructed. Interesting. Well, whatever. That's how it was placed, Kinder. It's placed on a fairing interstage node. That's a shame. But that doesn't mean we don't have other solutions. You know what I mean? Put this back into a position where it looks nice. That's kind of what I'm going for. That'll work. Actually, you know, the other thing is, like, I don't even mind this thing sticking out like that. It kind of gives, like, a good accent for the windows. If that makes any sense. The only thing is that it's going to look funky right there, where that edge just randomly ends, but I like that being the control spot for that. That's fine. So I'll keep that there. Now let's open these capsules up. Open the capsule up. And I have a crew tank there. How else can we do this? Hey, Pace, what's going on, man? Yeah, the struts that are going all over the place engraved are measurements. I'll show you how that all works in a second. I've been meaning to ask, what do you think of calling SLS Jupiter, since it shares most of its heritage with Direct? Oh, come on. It's definitely not obstructed. Man. Hang on. Let me make the fairings clip correctly. Why does that damn can have to be so big? Blah! I mean, hi. Next thing you know, EJ is going to make a VAB to stack SLS. No. That's not what I want to do at all. You did give me an idea, though. That's a good idea. So, the idea that I just thought of would require some custom modeled parts if you were going to do it right. But you could use hybrid tech to make gantry crane rails. And then have gantry crane trucks that ride on those rails and have them use hybrid tech. So you have them powered by a servo motor, right? But it's powering a rail piece and it moves back and forth. That'd overcome the sprung weight problems that the cranes run into. So like if you remember 2 weeks ago, guys, when I was building the crane and it kept blowing up. We're having all the light bulb moments today. Or you can 3D craft them. That's... Yeah, that's a good idea. Did I not just say that? Or... You'd love to see it. Yeah, that would... Well, that works. Oh, there you go, Edelweiss, yeah. Just wish it wasn't clipping so freaking much. If I could get that hatch, like, right there. That'd be great. Maybe. Here, in case anybody's wondering, all these struts over here are for that. They're lines to figure out the dimensions of the capsule. Because I'm building a scaled capsule. I can't just click on something. We're building an Orion, right? And it has to be scaled to Kerbal scale. Kerbal scale is 62% of real life. So I used fairings to make one. You can just go ahead and tomorrow. That'd be great. Yeah, we're gotta play catch up. Okay, we know that'll work, but what we're gonna have to do is, let me move my ruler lines out of the way. Party hat. If we want the capsule to balance on that axis, what we'd have to do is something like this. Get rid of the party hat. We have to get the capsule to balance. How heavy is that lander can? 60. Yeah, I don't like it. That'll work, but it looks stupid. Let's all right. You know what? I'm gonna switch to doing something else. Let's work on the parachute cover, okay? Hey Andy, what's up, dude? You've been playing KSP for how long and you still don't know how much the lander can weighs? Probably had it memorized at some point, man. At some point. What's up, dude? How are you? Good. How are things? Fine. I'm working on building an Orion capsule. Because Artemis 2 was awesome. And I want to build one. Looks good, man. Yeah, that's right, Bryn. Ram vans. Yeah, I really like that. I like that cockpit being there. Just got to figure out a place for the other two crew, and then we should be good. I mean, once again, I don't necessarily want EVA capability. Like, I want... Well, no, I didn't say that right. I want EVA capability, but we don't necessarily need it. That's, like, my big thing. It would be nice to have, but we don't absolutely need it. You retired 6 months ago? Congratulations, man. The collider for the hatchless capsule object obstructs the entry. It's the fairings that are that play funky with it, dudes. Is the toilet functioning? I don't have a toilet yet. But it will be. Okay. You know, that's an EVA hatch on the back of this. No, there's no way that it's going to work. You know what? As long as it's not obstructing the view on the interior, I don't really care. Kind of okay with it. So... I'm okay with them not being able to EVA. Yeah. You know, if we like land the capsule and I want them to get out, we can always just dispatch a recovery vehicle, have a recovery vehicle claw the dang thing, and then put a crew tank on the other side of the claw and they can get out that way. We could transfer them through the claw. I know that sounds ridiculous, but we can do it. Or like if we ever built like a crew access arm, we can make the white room put the lander can, right? as the white room, move the CAA into position and just transfer. It'll work. Is the Orion capsule rated for EVA in real life? No, not really. But in Kerbal, could spell trouble. I don't know, we'll see. I'm gonna need those window flags. We're gonna need the window flag textures, but that'll work. And see, that kind of fits. It kind of fits in. I like that. That looks good. And that's more or less where Orion's windows are. And then Orion has another set of windows right there, but other than KSP wrenching on cars and married life, what's keeping you busy these days? Resubs from chat, Andy. Pyro with a 5-month resub. Never learned so much about playing KSP from watching you play. Thanks, man. The Apollo capsule wasn't even EVA rated. They did it through the LEM. Yeah. Andy, you pretty much covered the spread, dude. I have, here, hold up. I got a bunch of, parts for the car. It didn't decide to load. I don't think I have OBS loaded out there. I'll be right back. 1 second. Here, let me show you. I mean, we're still wrenching, but I've gotten into a little bit of a restoration project. Well, you see this dang old thing, boy? This is a transmission cross member to a 69 Plymouth. No, it's the transmission torsion bar cross member for the Coronet. I got a little bit into a resto project here, but that's okay. Well, look at this damn transmission cross member. Ain't it nice, boy? It's a nice piece of equipment, I tell you what. So yeah, I have a bunch of car parts coming for the blue car, Andy. I don't know if you remember it. I have a 69 Coronet. We're doing some cool stuff to it. This is one of them. Yeah, turns out cheap old cars are rusty, so we needed to fix it. That's a nice hunk of metal, boy. Yeah, it is. No, it's no joke, dude. All right, so let me think about this. All right, Orion's forward hatch. Or the forward cover. We got to make this piece. How the heck am I going to do that? There's a forward cover here that shrouds all the parachutes and stuff. You know what? I need to see how this all works. Hold on. I just need to see it. This is from Splashdown. All right, let's take a look. So how does this all work? When does it jettison that forward cover? Urban, thanks for the raid. Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Bringing Tightener here.
What is Splashdown? What Splashdown is?
Where I'm watching how Orion jettisons its parachutes
Oh.
or deploys it. Urban, thanks for the raid, buddy. See the RCS firing there. Bringing Titan and Urban. Sorry, Urban. I like you in that order. Alright, so there it goes. It comes down. Now watch, it's gonna dump the forward cover. Anyway, how are you?
I'm good. I just felt like I didn't have a chance to talk to you today, so.
Okay. So all the chutes are behind that. Got it. Alright, there's the double drogue. So they had 3 pilot chutes to pull the cover, 2 drogues, and then you should see the drogues separate when you're at the right speed here, and then 3 pilot chutes for the mains. We don't need pilot chutes. That's something they use in real life.
Oh, thank you, Iger. You could just watch Reed explain this to Toto.
Oh yeah, we could, couldn't we? Yeah, we could do that. Dude, Jonas, this whole thing was. I was like, ugh, until I saw 3 main chutes reef. Angry Medic,
this is
holy
space.
crap!
I'm in
dude.
space.
God, thank you.
Yeah, see, I was like, and then I think I said something like, "Come on, that third chute, don't you dare deflate on me," because the third chute, it took a second for the third chute to reef, and I was like, "You mother, I swear to God," you know, like, Angry Medic with the 20, and then they all unfurled, and at this point, that's what I think, that, if I was remembering right, that's when I got up out of my chair and started, like, fist bumping the air, you know. Yeah, 707, that last shoot, I'm like, don't you freaking dare. Don't you dare. You better inflate, you piece of schnot. Okay, cool. I think we got a good idea how that works. Jet, if you will excuse me for a moment, please. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Bye-bye. Okay, so we need to make a deployment mechanism that deploys the shell, then 2 drogues and 3 main. Let me see this one more time. Yeah, Dan, I was nervous about this. There's the shell. Okay, how do we do that? Let me think. There's a way you can do that by putzing around with the fairings, guys, but that would mean we would have to add another fairing plate in the design. So here's what we'll do. Take this, rotate it 180 out of position, right? Open that fairing right there, right? And then we're gonna need our rulers back into position. All right, now give me a small fairing. 125 fairing. We're going to need interstage attachment nodes here enabled on that. Okay, hold on. Now move this back up into position. All right, now take this fairing. No fairing staged. Well, not yet, at least. Actually, we can stage that. And then we want to build the fairing. Okay, so now there's a couple of cool things that you can do here, dudes, and we can use this to get this right. So if we go, let's save and let's, hold on. Let me just take this and re-rotate it back into position. Okay. Save this, go over here like this. Let's go back into Notepad, right? But let's open up the craft file itself. All right, so we need Kerbal Space Program. We need saves. We're in engineering mode 22, ships, SPH, CTS-5 Taurus 2 capsule, open. All right, now what we need to do is find that fairing right there. So let's go here. Fairing. Find next. That's fairing size 1. Fairing size 1 P5. I don't know if 1P5 is the right one. Let's go back up to the very top. This thing only has a couple of sections here. All right, find next. This is in fairing size 1, so it's linked on an interstage node to that. So if we take that ID and we go to find that, right, go back over here, paste that in here, find next. There it is. That's the part. And then if we go in here, we have a fairing piece that's made out of 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 pieces. I don't think that I made that front piece out of 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. So the radius is going to have to get wide and then get small again. Let's just... I got to make sure we're modifying the right fairing. That's all, dudes. All right. Get rid of that. Save. Reload the file. Let's see which one that is. So what you can do is you can delete the first section of a fairing, like the part that comes off of the base plate. So that's what I'm going to do. We're going to delete it. And if we look at one of these fairings now, look, that was the right one. So look, this fairing doesn't have its back piece anymore. And there you go. There's your shell. Right there. Done. That will deploy and it will expose our parachute cover. Ooh, I need to change that a little bit. I need to add another ruler. I noticed something a little bit wrong. We have to remake it, unfortunately, but that is the right piece. I have to take one of my rulers here. And we're going to have to mark that, the front of that plate right there. That's where that needs to be. All right, now we got to remake it again, but that was the right piece, which is good. All right, move that 180 out of the way. Now build. There it is. Okay, save it again. It's going to open here, and it's going to ask us to reload. We're right in the same spot, and see that 0.625 section is back. Get rid of it, delete it, save that, and then reload the craft file once more. The hell? Didn't do it. Please hold. I think I may have hit the save button. Oh, yep, there we go. And there, now, there's our shell. Now, the interesting thing here is that, guys, you see, that's still 2 pieces. The shell is 1 piece. So watch this. Another thing that you can do with your fairing here. Where is it? Yeah, I think I did, Rarest. I think you're right. Okay, that's the strut cube. We don't want that. N arcs. Set it to 1. Save. Now watch this. Reload. Don't hit the save button. Look at that. There's your shell. Perfect. See how it's 1 piece? And the cool thing is that you can just mess around with it and edit it. I don't believe it. I guess I got to. I'm staring right at it. Yep, there it is. So what do we got from Dave Limp? Argon. Getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. Oh, nope, don't want rock. Oh. 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 On May the 4th. Oh. That's 2 GS1, 2 New Glen stages, 2 New Glen first stages. That's Never Tell Me the Odds and You'll Thank Me Later. Or no, not You'll Thank Me Later. No, It's Necessary. That's what it's called. Damn, dude. Woof. There's another GS2. There's 2 of them actually sitting there. 3 of them. See, there's another one over there. Oh, baby. Star Wars, my beloved. Yeah, right. Impressive. Most impressive. When you stage it, it's going to stage like a nose cone. Question. I have another trick up my sleeve if you're interested. Yeah, those, that's... I don't hate it. Twins, Basil. Twins. Should I do it? I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. We're doing it. Twins, Basil. Twins. Yes. That's nice, dude. That's pretty cool, man. We should have like 4 more. I want more. Give me more. Like at least 4. Like, you know, whenever you get a chance, Jeff. Just like 4. Like maybe 5. I tell you what I'd like, man. See 2 boosters sitting next to each other at the same time, man. Yep, damn straight. Always wanted to do that. Yeah, wait for I figure I'll hook that up because you know, launch companies dig dudes with money. Twins, Basil. Twins. I hope that one does some traction. That would be pretty funny. You get more in due time. I don't want more in due time. I want more in no time. Yeah, LSR over at NSF has the clip from them. Oh. Man, that thing's big. No, fuck you. That's her name. Look at the little trucks. Look at the little tiny trucks and cars next to it. They're so small. Look at this. It's so small. It's so small. So small. How's the second stage going? We finished that. It's good to go. So small. Kiss your mother with that mouth. No. Okay, maybe. All right, so. Now let's work on our chute placement. How are we gonna do that? We gotta make sure we can get a clean separation from this because we have to set that to a clamshell deploy to get this to deploy correctly. Oh, look at what we have here. That silly penguin is back again. No, Mr. Madison, you got too much sun today. There's no penguin. It's too damn hot for a penguin to be just walking around here. I gotta send him back to the South Pole. The rest of the spaceflight industry trying to be serious. EJ. Twins, Basil. Twins. I'm not sure if that's going to work. I'm one of the good guys, Penguin. Don't run. All right, so we have to test if we can jettison this thing. So we're going to have to make a separate craft file. So let's call CM testing. Command module testing. Modified. May the 4th be with Joe. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Let's reroute that to the mastercraft file. Get rid of the service module because it's just for command module testing. And let's start messing with this. All right, so we have to make sure that that thing can jettison. I think that would probably be a good first place to start. I don't want Kerbals on board just in case something blows up. So what we will do is I will put an interim avionics package on here just for testing purposes. Just put it right there. You know what? Screw that. Test like you... Well, I was going to say test like you fly, but that's going to be hard to do because we just made the new craft file, but whatever. Whatever. This will work. All right, let's give this thing some ejector force. And let's make sure it doesn't blow anything up when it separates. Did you make your own heat shield like its own part? I made a new heat shield part, right? And I scaled the heat shield. So we have a 3-meter heat shield now. It's the exact same part. It's just scaled. I copied and then made a new one. All right. Let's go to test shroud jettison in 3, 2, 1. It works. Didn't jettison in the right direction, but it works. Yeah, so we have a 3-meter heat shield now. Yeah, Ox, let's Hilness, I like your idea. Yeah, Lugia. Yeah, the New Glen's big booster. All right. We go for separation. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No. No. Let's give it 0 ejector. Try it again. I think the arrow will take it, Ox. You guys all had the same idea. Yep. So Blender guy, I decided to work on something a little bit different. What I did was I scaled the heat shield. I went into Kerbal part configs and literally made a new part that's just a scaled version of the 375 heat shield. All right, now we're testing the part we were talking about earlier. Ready? T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Separation. Good. Perfect. How did you do it? I went and edited a fairing. I edited a fairing to do a couple of different things. So when we made the capsule, when I put another fairing in here, right? And then when I made it, I used my ruler lines to make it go up and forward, so it kind of looked like this from the sides. And then I went into the craft file and deleted that part, so it's just the top piece. And then I made it a single-sided fairing, and that makes it a ring. There you go. Now the next thing we got to do is make sure that the cover works. So, how am I going to do this? Did you see KSP 75% off on Steam? No, I didn't, but that's cool. So we have to make a drogue chute deployment mechanism, and then we have to make it separate. Hopefully you get this to work on your replica. It's very easy, Blender guy, if you want me to show you how to do it. It's very, very easy. The cool thing is that I can make it a different shape, and you know, like we can make it that, or a different color, excuse me. Like I can make the shell look like the hole. I like that. It's actually kind of cool. I think I might just keep it silver though. All right, so we deployed two drogues. I'm thinking. A radial decoupler for the drogues? I'm not sure I can fit them up there. They're too small, or they're too big. There is a trick that, you know what? I don't even remember if it works. Once upon a time, if you attached a part to a decoupler, sometimes it just pops the part off. I seem to remember that being a thing. Does this capsule have a launch window? What do you mean? In Kerbal, launch windows aren't as... I mean, there's no weather and stuff. You can launch it whenever. So with the decouplers facing upwards, okay? So that means it's going to try and separate whatever's in front of it. it might pull the drogues. Either that or we could make a Cal controller sequencer that's going to... that'll cut the drogues and deploy the mains. Isn't it with a stack decoupler? I don't remember. I think that might be it, RT, but if it's with a stack separator, I mean, this is worth it to still test it, I suppose. I can't attach the drogues to the cover, Drew. We could use a Cal controller to sequence the shoots. It's possible, yeah. All right. Shoot deployment test. T minus 10, 9, 8. Cover separation. Cover separation. Shoots. Shoots are armed. Didn't do it. The shoots did deploy though. Good. That'll do it. So we could do it with a cut instead. Much easier. And we could cut the shoots, so we don't have to worry about them separating. All right, so get rid of that. Shoots were a little slow. You can only deploy it once you're moving. We're gonna have to launch the thing and test the shoots again, but that's easy. I need to see where the drogue shoots are relative. The drogues are on one side. It's hard to say what side they're on. Can we... Is there a shot? Actually, you know what? I know who would have a picture. Taylor would have a picture. Bingo. So there's your parachute mortar for the main shoot, and there's the parachute mortar for the drogue. Okay, so what do I mean mortars? So the chute is basically inside of a cannon. That's how they get them to deploy. They're inside of a pneumatic cannon that blows the chute out the side to get it to unfurl correctly. They're called parachute mortars because that's exactly what they are. They're parachute mortars. So that small one right there is the drogue. That big one is a main chute. Now, Orion does have 3 chutes. So it looks like it's got 2 drogues on the top side of the capsule, so the side that the pilots are on. I'll bet you there's one on the other side. Let's see if Taylor has another picture. No. Howard has a picture, I know. So there's the other drogue. That's one. That's another main. There's the main that's in Taylor's picture. And then there's the other drogue. Now I'm going to guess that there's a third mortar over there. I would have to look. Any other pictures that we can find? Howard Who is the guy that runs the Orion program, by the way. Just in case anybody was wondering. Let's try just doing this, see if this pops up with anything. There's the diver video. Ah, here we go. Adrian has a shot here. There's your two main mortars. There's the two drogue mortars. I don't know what those things are. Those little tabs right there. I don't know what those are. I'm looking around for a third mortar. Ricky. Give him the heater, Ricky. That's the Apollo CSM. Yeah, those, whatever those things are there, they're... I'm wondering, are those thrusters? They have thruster plugs on them. They have the same plugs as that might be your slew thrusters for SM separation. Are the chutes attached inside of the mortar? No, the rigging is. The chutes are like over here. So those are thrusters up there. Interestingly enough. That's that raise maneuver to, so 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those thrusters are there to get it away from the service module when it separates. Yeah, definitely a thruster. It has a thruster plug in it. And then see these compartments right here? That's where the chutes are stored. It might only have 2 mortars, guys. It's possible. Let's go back to the splashdown footage. Yeah. Freaking AI. Whose footage is this? Independence footage. Psyox tape. That's why the heat shield's so shiny, in case anybody's wondering. It's the silicon oxide tape. They use that for thermal. That's why it's shiny, and you could see inside of the service module. Still can't believe we got those pictures, but I actually forgot to tell you guys, it makes sense that we got these pictures because the solar array wing cameras are just using Orion's Wi-Fi. They're GoPros on Wi-Fi, so you should be able to get, like, Orion will separate, and we should be able to get picture post-SM separation. I forgot to tell you guys that. I knew it when it was happening, but I still couldn't believe we got the shot, dude. All right, let's look around. Is there a third mortar? I can't see it because the balls are in the way. No, it just looks like a twin mortar system. Now, what about the 3 mains? How are the 3 mains attached? We can see how they're attached when they all go to inflate. if they go to inflate and Orion's kind of hanging more or less centered. Bro, I still can't believe this happened. This freaking happened, dude. Like, we're not watching a 3D render of this, dude. That freaking happened. We were there. Sorry, it just kind of ticked in my head again. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm sorry? Wait, what? Yeah, exactly, Hokie, right? It feels like we're still waiting for it. It's like, wait, we went back to the moon, dude. Like, we did that. That's a thing. That is a thing that happened. What? What? We freaking did it. That's a thing. It's a thing that happened. That is a... Oh, wait. I don't want to be in the testing file when we go to make shoots. We know that the shoots will work, so let's don't save and go back to the main file. When return to natural satellite question. Not due for 50 plus years. Bad. But go back, amaze. Do you have to use modeling software to make the bigger heat shield? No, just some text file editing, RJ. So here's another trick. I want these drogue chutes to be in the same spot that the mortars are in. So I'm moving them, right? But notice I rotated the capsule so it's moving, so the chute, I'm moving the chute on the up-down axis, right? The main axis, right? And it's screwing up the symmetry, right? Symmetry is all relative to the node, to the original placement of the part. So watch this. See how there's two chutes? There's two chutes there. They're definitely clipped into each other. I placed that drogue chute pretty much where I want it to be. It's inside of the fairing shell. Maybe we can give it a little bit more rotation, right? And just move it up a little bit. Is that out of the shell? It's not. That is where I want the drogue chute to be. Now, check this out. I can take my entire capsule, right? Rotate the whole thing back into position. And then if you go back to this, you hit local orientation, right? And just tug on the green real quick. You don't even need to move it. Just click it once. Now you're back into mirror symmetry, and that piece is exactly where you need it to be. Now, I know what people are saying. Well, like, you could have just placed it and called it a day. I always like placing on the up-down axis inside of the hangar. The reason why I do that is, hold on. The reason why I do that is it makes for more precise placement when you're moving in line with one of the cardinal directions. I think we're a month out. I could have sworn I said it was a month. Okay, I think we're okay, but I don't know. I'll probably like make an announcement for it tomorrow or something, dude. But talking like certain characters from the movie, I wouldn't consider that spoilers. Just don't say anything from the movie. Landerkins didn't work? No, the can works. I just don't think I need it, 95. There's no need for it. There's two sets of mortars on the starboard side, still looking for picks otherwise. So we have our main mortar and then the mortar for the drogue right there. But it only has two mortars from what I can tell. I need to see the belly of the capsule, but I can't. There's no good pictures of it. Maybe we can get one here. Yeah, see? You have your command module separation thrusters right there. And then you have your 2 main parachute mortars, right? And then your 2 drogue mortars. And I'm wondering if there's a third mortar on the other side. I don't think there is, dudes. You'd want to keep all your rigging on one side. All the parachute rigging. Keep it on one side. And go from there. Man, that capsule is tricked, dude. Orion's nice, man. It's a good capsule. The pressure control assemblies might be a little funky wonky. What is this? Now, why are you gonna go and pop that into my feed? Dicks. I know it's from 2022. Why did you pop that into my feed? The hell? It's just taunting me, dude. Alright, so... Okay. Now, how are we going to do the shoots? See, now it's not so much... Sorry, ETS showed up in my timeline. Where are those 3 chutes attached? It looks like the 3 chutes are attached to, up here. Guys, it looks like they're with the mortars. I'm dropping frames. Hey, YouTube, this is EJSA Control. UHF comm check, please. Yes, Blender guy for the most part. Is it 5x5 on YouTube? Are you guys getting any interruptions? No issues on YouTube. It's Twitch ingest server. The main's eject in 3 different directions. Okay. So, Drew, the thing is like, where's the third chute, though? Think the third chute's like down there? Isn't it 4 chutes? No, I don't think so. See, that picture makes it look like all 3 chutes attach in the same spot. Isn't it 4 chutes now and not just 3? It's drogue chutes. Those are drogue chutes. Those are designed to slow you down. Drogue chutes you can deploy at high speed. I think that might be how this works. Something is funky with the rigging on the chutes. Like, there's only 2 mortars. There might be a 3rd mortar over here for the 3rd chute, but I'm not sure. Why does Orion look like it's missing some cover panels after it lands? Because it is. It's missing the top cover. Visualize. How much still to be questioned? I haven't really gotten into service module development. That's an older SM from another capsule. I'm really just working on the main capsule right now. Okay, for this testing, let's do something a little more fun. Here's another shot from the rear. Yeah, I see it. I don't see a 3rd mortar back there. Yeah, me neither. You know what? Screw it. Let's go simpler. There's Kerbals everywhere. Why is there Kerbals everywhere? Why did you do that? What did you do? Looks good. This is fine. It'll work.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Demo, 55-month resub. All right, so I'm going to get some data here on aerodynamics. What I really need, because this is a rough amalgam of where everything is, we're going to test a couple of different things here with this. Why does Orion look like it's missing cover panels after landing? I mean, the walls of the capsule. I don't know what the walls of the capsule are. So there's tiles there visualized. There's tiles. Give me 1 second. The hell was I doing? So there's, okay. You're talking about this. So this is silicon oxide tape. They put it on there for better thermals. It's reflective. It's very, very shiny tape. That's what you're seeing is it burned off there. And you're seeing the space shuttle tiles underneath it. It's not really missing parts, so to speak. It's just the tape that burned off. It got ablated off just like the heat shield. I think that's what you're talking about, but oh crap, there's Kerbals on board. Did I show you the pad for your SSTO? Yes, you showed me. Imager is forcing an ad blocker to pop up. Cool. I will no longer be using that service. Great. Good. They're forcing me to. It says you have to, in order to view this, you have to look at ads. No, I don't. No, I don't. Yeah, like capped on tape, kind of, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to, just because of that, I'm going to pull all of my pictures off of Imager and never use it again. I'm not even kidding either. It's, I will not stand for enshittification at all in any way, shape, or form nowadays. Screw that. No. Nope. Orion Top View posted in Discord. Okay. Yeah. There is a third mortar over there, Drew, interesting enough. Yeah, see, there's a third mortar over there. There's 3 small mortars. Now, see, now I'm wondering if those small mortars are for the main chutes and the big mortars are for the drogues. Interesting. Here, the picture's hosted on Reddit instead. That doesn't work. That link didn't work. Yeah, there's a public Discord. Anybody can get access to the Discord. I don't care about that. Those small ones are absolutely... So, look, guys, those small ones aren't for the main chutes. What they are for is 3 pilot chutes. The 3 pilot chutes are going to pull the mains. Watch. So, just skip back a frame here. Right there. See? 1, 2, and 3. You can barely see it. There's your 3 pilot chutes. Right? That's what those mortars are for. And then they pull the main chutes out. See? There's your 3 mains. 1, 2, and 3. The mortars are for the pilot chutes. That's what they're for. Excellent. Link works for me. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Kind of, Isabel, yeah. Yeah, I see what you did, Demo. Yeah, nice, dude. 10 little flags for 10 little flights without recovering. That's good, man. That's great. Yeah, it looks good, but yeah, you use the ground and you don't have a flame trench. You use the ground to prevent drift, but that's cool. No, that works. All right, so we're gonna launch this, dudes. I want what I want here is to check the arrow on the capsule while we're doing this. Doesn't really help with the drip. The pad still likes to clip into the ground. Yeah, see, I made my pads Kraken proof, dude. All right, so I want some info on aerodynamics here. Now, some other things to check. Is the capsule occluded? It is. What about the crew tank? Is the crew tank occluded? It is. It's reading zeros. All right. Are the parachutes occluded? They aren't. The chutes are creating drag. Whatever. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Offset center of gravity. I forgot to line it up. Capsule fared okay, though. Oh, that brings me back. That brings me back. That's pretty funny. Hey, you gotta get back into the flight test group, man. I saw it go and I immediately saw it turn. I knew exactly what it was. I'm like, oh, yeah, we have an offset center of gravity. So what happened there? Because I have the crew tank on one side and the capsule on one side and the crew tank in the center, there's nothing over here. So the capsule's center of gravity is offset. You know, and before people say, oh, you screwed up. No, the real Orion does this, guys, for what it's worth. We're going to have to mess with this, how this craft file came together a little bit. What I need to do... is attach that to there and then attach the rocket. Like that. And then offset the sucker. I need to get this thing up in the air so we can use the chutes. My people need me. Yeah, dude, did you see it take off? It did take off. That's right, Jay Hazer. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right. That's the top chute. That's the forward cone, and that's the aft cone. That's okay, cool. The forward cone is the lower one. All right, so control from here, T-minus 10, 5, Much better. Stand by for SRB separation. Didn't like that. Shroud jettison. Drogues. Didn't like separating around that heat shield. The heat shield? It's over there. It was over there. Can we buzz the tower? Sure. Hello there. Dude, that's actually super close. Oh, it looked a little bit closer. It's not too bad. Having the SRB clipped into the heat shield probably is the reason why that happened. I'm going to go ahead and say that that's why that happened. So, you know, let's try it again. It'll be fun. I need the capsule to separate with the heat shield. That test was basically invalid because we don't have the mass of that heat shield down at the bottom. You must be happy with the really nice CPU. Chat has been very good to me, dude, yes. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, this is Lil Jeb. Lil Jeb 2. Okay, stand by for separation. Hopefully it doesn't blow up this time. Got a little finicky, but we're all right. Ground altimeter. Ring jettison. Rogues. Mains. Mint. Pretty good. What is this? Somebody linked up this here. Oh, shoot attachment point is right there. Interesting. Can Orion be used like reused like Dragon? Yes. That's the Orion from the Artemis construction kit. It's nice, dude. All right, Blender guys, see you, buddy. The relief hole is for the rigging. Actually, that picture is really helpful from the Orion mountain. Yeah, see, it shows where they're carrying everything. It's actually really nice. It's a nice mod. But see, yeah, the drogues are basically on top of each other right there. You see that? The attachment point. And we do see the attachment point for the drogues there. It's in one of these pictures. I think it was right. Yeah, there it is. This is in Adrian's pictures. Interesting that you have 3 shoot attachment points there. Those 2 are definitely for the drogues, but what's that one for? Those are the points where the drogue shoots attach. Huh. I see how they did that. That makes sense. Backup? No. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out still where the main chutes are attached to. I mean, Orion's clearly falling tilted, so they're more of them are attached on one side than the other. Like they're attached over here. Like even though there's one that deploys over here, its rigging can be run around into there. That's doable. The reason why they have the chutes on one side and why they want the capsule going sideways into the water is so... I mean, I don't really have a better way of describing it more than... doing a belly flop versus doing a dive into the water. You want the capsule to kind of dive into the water. You don't want it to slam down, heat shield parallel to the water. You want to dive in. You don't want to belly flop. Belly flopping your capsule can break things. Aren't the drogues a pair and the mains a triple? Mains wouldn't need mortars because they're pulled out by the pilot chutes. They need mortars. The small chutes have mortars, dude. The pilot chutes have mortars. We figured that one out. See those things? These ones are the pilot chutes that pull the mains. I'm talking about attachment points. I'm not sure if those are the 3 attachment points for the main chutes, but it certainly does look like it. Let's try it again. Let's try it again with this configuration. That one shows where the mains are attached. They're attached on the opposite side, huh? So drogue chutes are over here and the main chutes are on that side? Question? Yeah, I think I understand why. Just give me a second, I'll show you exactly what I mean. Well, that's not great. Hopefully that aerodynamically stables out or else we're gonna have a big problem. Yeah, that's not great. Pretty good in case of an abort. Not exactly what I wanted, though. Why the heck not? Hi, EJ. My girlfriend would like to know how they recycle oxygen in space. They don't. On Orion, they don't. Why the heck not? It's just, it's a dump. They dump CO2 overboard. They have CO2 scrubbers that just get rid of it. On the ISS, they have that same system that dumps into a system that can, on the ISS, they do it. They take those, they pull the oxygen out of the CO2. But on Orion, it's open loop. Yeah, there's not enough mass on the capsule to put a recycler on there. The ISS, though, totally different story. Cheers, yeah, no problem, dude. Alright, so that should give us what we want. 3 chutes are on the opposite sides. Now, keep in mind, this is just testing. We're going to have to put it all together and make it work on the main craft file, but... Alright, let's try it again. Is Rocket Lab still going to send a Venus mission? As far as I know, yeah. On ISS, they scavenge half the O2 by pyrolyzing, cooking at high temperatures the CO into O2 and CO. They could do a full scavenge, but they'd be dealing with solid hot carbon dust. Instead, they keep it CO to make it more manageable and prevent clogging, and we don't want that. Alright, T-minus 10. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Revised shoot test. Not great. All right, so now that that's like that, you can get away with that. There we go. Excellent. It gave me the off-center descent. It did. Yeah, that was really good. There we go. Hey, Tej. Actually, this capsule's pretty good, man. It's handling pretty well. If we can just get some window textures and stuff, I'm gonna be in a side hatch and then start placing some thrusters. I'm gonna be pretty happy with this. When you said your new pads are crack proof, what did you mean by that? I have really seen any of your pads since the 2.5 rocket mission mode pad in like 2021. Like they can. Docking vessels to them doesn't make them explode. Demo. That's what I mean. I had this whole design thing with making it so the pads don't blow up when you dock stuff to them. No, yours doesn't do that. Oh, all right, never mind. It clips into the ground. Well, that's cracking strip. Don't worry about it. Never mind. Okay, so the parachute placement is pretty good. Now, there's the question of thrusters and fuel tanks and stuff. Oh man, that's gonna be such a pain in the butt to position this stuff correctly. Okay. Well, let me get rid of those for a moment. We have a pretty good capsule here. The next thing we got to do is really, so our chute system works. We have our crew capability. The crew stuff doesn't clip into each other very much, and it does give us some nice outline texture. That looks good. So now what we're gonna have to do, let me think. It just clips in the ground when you load or warp. I know it's a Kraken stride. I'm just surprised it never does it when I try to dock stuff. It's rock solid whenever I do that. Well, you got your hierarchy right. Nice. That's good, Demo. Yeah. You need a 250 logo on the capsule? Yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking, what should we do next? We have to get the thrusters figured out for roll control. That's really important. Gotta figure out where the fuel tanks are. The roll control thrusters are really important. I'm just thinking I'm gonna set that all up with a craft file. What's the purpose of the docking port and the heat shield? Reuse. If we still have a blader left, we want to reuse the capsule, I could take it and stick it onto a new service module. But I don't think that's going to happen in this design, dude. I think this capsule's refurbishable, so it's really kind of placeholder, D-Max. The reason why I have a docking port down there, once again, is for reuse, but the reason why I have it on my service module is so I don't accidentally separate the capsule. We don't really need it. That can go away. We don't need a downward-facing docking port. I have other capsule designs where you can remove the heat shield and place a new one on, and then attach a new SM to it and get it to work. But that's not on this one. Are the in real life thrusters on Orion offset to take off the asymmetric mass? These ones, yes. To an extent, yes. All right, I can easily make another service module. So let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. And I need... Let's just do CM, make a file that's just the command, just for the command module. Master CM craft file. Now, the reason why I need to give this thing its own craft file is because we got to start doing some testing here. So the testing that we need to do is got to get rid of my dimensions, all the rulers and whatnot. And we got to make this into its own thing, because we got to start placing stuff around the capsule here. So I can no longer use that just the Taurus 2 regular craft file. We have to use the CM master, and then we have to build the service module around it in the CM master file here. But I wanted to make a new craft file so I wouldn't lose all my rulers, just in case we need to bring them back in. No, we decided we don't need that, Mario. I went with the Gemini capsule and the Mark 1 crew cabin. The capsule does fly fine, guys. It flies great, actually. It stabilizes very well. So, the other thing we got to figure out is thruster placement, and we got to figure out fuel placement. And then we do have the umbilical piece right there. I'm not sure we need that, though. We don't necessarily need it, but... we also got to put a probe core on it, because we got to figure out where that thing lives, because this is the master file, and Orion is designed to have a probe core. It's designed to loiter by itself, so which core do we want to use? Stability assist, prograde, retrograde, hold. Radial normal hold. 1400 for that one. I like the low profile of this. So what I'm going to do, select an interstage node. We'll attach the Octo 2 there. And then I'm pretty sure if I go trying to figure out where the avionics are for this capsule, we're not going to come up with much. So what I'm going to do is put it pretty much exactly where I think it is. Which is most likely next to all these plugs. It's probably right there. But actually, it might be up here. It might be up at the forward bulkhead. Meaning it would be in this position somewhere. That makes sense. Yeah, we don't need that docking port. I don't need it. We don't want that. Hey, Nico. All right, so now it's just thruster positions. Thank you for the raid. Found it. Slide 3. You found what? What do we... I don't have PowerPoint, dude. Not on these computers. So what's your goal here? I'm building out a scale Orion capsule, Nico. What were you up to? These capsules are not... It's not the right shape if you look at it. It isn't the right shape at all. So I made a capsule out of fairings and then I made a custom heat shield. That's a scaled version of all the other heat shields, just scaled to the right diameter that I need. I need that because, well, I have other rockets, right? I have an SLS rocket, I have an Ares 1 rocket, and I have my space shuttle, and I'm gonna use those all in a future career mode save. You're playing some Mass Effect, basically the same thing as you're doing here, right? Yeah. We're working on some spacecraft design here, dude. I just put the avionics package into the ship. Now I gotta figure out where everything else is. Google Slides is better than PowerPoint. Okay. But I got a shoot deploying system that I know works. That's good enough. It's analogous, so I'm happy with it, dude. I don't really want to change it. Hey Marco,
Discovery,
38 month
go at
resub.
throttle up.
Custom heat shield part. It's not really custom demo. It's the 375 heat shield. I copied the 375 heat shield part and then just made it 3 meters in the craft file. The way that Kerbal, excuse me, the way that KSP made all the different heat shields is that Rover Dude made one heat shield file. Made one. And then, give me one moment. Rover Dude made one heat shield file, and then they're all scaled to the right sizes. So I just took one and made it 3 meters. So I have a 3 meter heat shield. Fooled you, didn't I? Because it looks exactly like the regular ones. You wouldn't know. So, like, look. So there's the small one. That's 125, 1.8, 2.5, 3, 375. See? It's right in line. It's almost like there should have been that core diameter in KSP. Look, it's perfectly in scale. So this is what you have from the stock game. That's what you have from the stock game. My heat shield, once again, it's like Kerbal was jonesing for it almost. See? Scaling is done in the CFG, not in the craft file. It's in the CFG. That is a part. It is a part that you pull out of the parts menu. It's not individual craft. I would have done that if we could get away with it. Yeah, I would have done it if we could do it. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta check something. Ground is really, the floor in my office is really cold for some reason. Which is a little bit strange. Because it's actually warm today. You could always use a cow controller as a multiplier demo instead of editing the craft file, but that works too. All right. Now, what else do we need? I'm thinking. Okay, what's up? EJ, I need your advice as an American. How the heck am I supposed to open a pack of nerds without completely destroying it? I always end up ripping the little flap in half. A pack of nerds? Like the candy? I haven't had nerds for God knows how long. All right. Does it come in a box like that? You have a 141 gram one. I'm trying to see what the box looks like. Hey, Outdoorsman, I'm working on the capsule. So nerds have like this, they should have like a there should be like a tab on the side that you can put your, like you could press your finger through, and it's like a little, you can pour them like cereal almost. Like they're, I think that's what those arrows are. Look on the sides of the box, see if you can press it, because that's how I used to do that back in the day. But I haven't had nerds in probably 20 years. I don't eat candy. I don't do that. Like the mac and cheese box. Yeah. Here's a clip of your arms working at your station. Neat. Here, let's, I'll show them this. Nice mobile base system. Where'd you get that idea? The whole station was built with just the 2 arms. Nice. That's how we did it, dude. I made an MBS that works just like that, dude. Your mobile base system is not nearly wide enough. Demo, I did something just like this a little while back. Look. Where is it? 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 No, that's the endurance. That was cool. But where the heck are the... Oh, there it is. Yeah, I had a... Yeah, see, there's the whole base system. And I made a truss segment. And we made it with SSR, the Space Station Remote Manipulator Systems, and the shuttle arm. It's tough to get that to work right, dude. I'm trying to demo. What I really want to do is see if we can make inverse kinematics. Because if we can make IKs, if we can have an IK controller, if I can make an IK controller for the arm, it's going to be a lot easier to use. Yeah, see? The arm I built doesn't require pre-programming, though. It's all translation controls. Yeah. Oh, so yeah. Your arm works like you want without an IK controller. Nice. Was it you telling me the other day that you could do that? I forget. That you could fudge an IK controller in Kerbal? I think that was you. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't remember. Anyway, I'm trying to build my capsule, and you guys are distracting me with candy and space stations. In that order. What did you decide on for modeling the heat shield? Duplicate the part in Kerbal, scale it to 3 meters, and call it a day. Watch more of the clip on 2x speed. You're killing me right now. You're killing me. You're killing me right now. Long, you're gonna have to scrub a little. Bro, what did you do? Demo, let's check that when we get back to flying the shuttle. Thinking about how I want to do this. The thruster control systems and fuel tanks. I need an Orion diagram. Orion capsule diagram. Yeah, this might work. What do we got there? Life support systems are down there. Avionics cold plates.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So the avionics is down at the bottom of the capsule. Interesting. Eclipse is down there too. Dude, what a monster this capsule is. It's, yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, H2. 2-month resub. And then Good Gamer Charles with another 2-month resub. Thanks, dudes. Have you ever tried Kerbal VR? No, I don't feel like blowing chunks on stream, Sean. Oh, Sean, real quick. Check this out.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Who was that subbing while I went to get a car part? That was me. Check this out, man. New torsion bar cross member. AMD, dude. Really, really nice. Very nice. What are you doing, SLS? I'm making an Orion capsule, Rama. Yep. It's nice, dude. I got that. I got pans. I got quarters coming, dude. We're going to redo the entire shell. It's going to be awesome. Yeah, dude. I got all the things, man. Why is it bent? Actually, I think I got the garage camera up. Also, I got left and right floorboards. You can see them right there, bottom of the screen. It's bent because the transmission goes through it. Want to laser scan it and make a billet one? I mean... that might get expensive. That might get expensive, dude. I wouldn't want, dude, that cross member is very integral to a B body. There's the service module. Dude, what is this page? There's the SM. Yeah. I would, if the rest of the car is steel, I wouldn't want to mix. You wouldn't want to mix metals. What is this damn page? I don't know. That page is really nice, though. Really nice. I'm just trying to figure out where the damn fuel tanks are. Fuel stored in the balls. Well, I know that, but... Nice. Oh, there we go. They're right there. Yeah, they're where I thought they were. So the avionics is actually not where it is. Not where I have it placed. Avionics is down here. So it's just gonna have a home right there. Cool. So now we need fuel tanks for the thrusters. We can just use these because fuel is stored in the balls. Honestly, it's not gonna need much. That is honestly enough. I hear you made a custom heat shield. I didn't make a custom heat shield. I just duplicated the part and scaled it. So, Snackless, I took, so you want to see something interesting, dude? I took, all right, like let's look at all the different heat shields, right? So in stock KSP, you have a 625, right? And then you have the 1.2, 1.25, right? Then you have the 1.8. Right? And then you have the 2.5. Right? And then in stock KSP, you have, it goes right to the 3.75, right? So you have this one next. I want to see something interesting. If you look at that profile from the side, right? These all look very proportional. Like that is a little bit bigger than that one, 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 etc., right? But then once you get from the relationship between the 2.5 to 3.75, it tapers out, right? If you drew like a line, it would be perfectly straight here, and then it would taper out, right? Enter the 3-meter heat shield. Now, I don't know about you guys. That looks like that belongs there. So I figured out that all these heat shields are the same part in KSP. They're all the same part, and how Squad, particularly Rover Dude, made these things, right? Is he made one heat shield. I don't know which one is the original. I have no idea. I'm going to go ahead and guess that that's probably the original. He started with a maybe a 2.5 heat shield, right? Change the texture up a little bit between these shapes, but for the most part, it's literally the same thing. It's the same shape, slightly different texture, just scaled, right? So like that one has a different texture, but it's the same shape. The model is just the same shape scaled. So I just duplicated the 375 heat shield, did a 0.85 scale to it, and it made it almost the exact size that I needed. Almost like that thing should have existed. Because look at the heat shields this way. See what I mean? They all look just proportionally bigger to each other. In fact, I don't know why we don't have that, which is very interesting. It was like, yeah, maybe 0.15 off. Yeah, when we made it at the beginning of the stream. So yeah, Snackless, I have an Orion-sized heat shield. It's very easy to make it. It doesn't take long. It takes 5 minutes. It is a part in KSP. I did mod this piece, but it's just Rover Dude's part. I just figured that all these heat shields are scaled to each other, so I just put one in the gap. Does that make sense? I did not just laugh at fuel is stored in the ball. Fuel is stored in the balls, dude. Now we got to work on our thruster placement. Well, time to go and make a set of fuel tanks at that core size. No, what I'm going to go back and do, I mean, yes, but what I'm going to go back and do is for our Ares 1 rocket, I'm going to make fuel tanks out of fairings again, like what I did with the SLS, instead of just putting two 375 fairings on top of it. We're going to go back once I have the capsule ready to go right? And I'm going to redo Jebstone, and I'm going to redo it so the upper stage is that diameter and not 375. 3-meter diameter, dude. It'll look sick. It'll proportionally look right. It'll proportionally fit with the rest of the scale that we have between our SLS, between Ares 1 and the space shuttle. This seems to be a thing. Easy robotics. Oh. It's an inverse kinematic controller for the breaking ground DLC rotation and hinge servo part. It allows to set up an IK chain made of several servos and an effector. Oh, well, that's good to know. I might use that, Oculux. You know what I would like to do? I'd like to try and do it with Cal controllers like what Demo was doing. It would make it so much easier. An inverse kinematic controller would remove the need for us to pre-program stuff. Make it so easy, dude. But anyway, let's keep going. Hey Kelton, I'm glad I came across the stream. It's always so much fun watching folks who are new to the game. Kelton, you're not talking about me, are you? You talking about the other people that are watching? I'm just gonna say I ain't new to Kerbal, man. It just uses translation controls, not even Cal controllers. Sorry, that was rage bait. I was gonna say. Good one. Almost got me. Almost. You do that tank diameter already for Estrella. You can also edit the fuel tank amounts to have a 2.5 meter fuel tank inside with a proportional amount of fuel for the tank. Don't even need to make a new part even. It's just a crap file, so anyone can download it. Yep. Yeah, my shuttle boosters and my SLS boosters have 8 degrees of gimbal on the SRB because I modified the crap file, but not the actual Clydesdale crap file. All right, thruster time. Neat. Somebody got a picture of Orion when that's the on orbit position here. Yeah, that's the on orbit position with the lower seats stowed and then the upper seats stowed as well. Neat. Guys, I love this Spartan look of the Orion capsule. I'm sorry, I really do. There's Vic working the flywheel. Nice. I love the Spartan look of this capsule. Orion's really good, man. I really wish we just made more of them. So these two thrusters are very forward to each other. So I'm gonna move them in a little bit more. These are translation thrusters that we gotta work on here for the service module separation maneuver. Should be good enough. I hope the ring jettison doesn't screw around with that. Ryan is saying Artemis 3 orbit type confirmed. NASA wants new commercial communication systems for live 4K video. The RFI says to assume a summer 2027 launch and a 460 kilometer circular 33-degree orbit. Yeah, Starship, Flight 12. Alex is right. Flight 12 guys from the Notice to Airmen, right? The NOTAM, for the Gulf is a 33-degree orbit, 33 degrees inclined. It's different than every other Starship trajectory, which went to a lower inclination. Thank you. Trying to get down to Boone, Iowa. Do it, man. 4884. Dude, 4014 is awesome. I've loved that locomotive since I figured out what freaking steam locomotive, like what trains were. Okay? Like, when I was growing up, it was Big Boy, 747, and Space Shuttle. Like, that's it, man. That and dump trucks. I still have some of my Tonka dump trucks. They're at my parents' house. They are very rusty. We should restore them on stream. Oh, that's a good idea. I like that idea. Get some enamel, fix them. That's a good idea. The autism starter pack. You shut your filthy mouth, but yes. Soda blast them. That's not a bad idea, dude. I have one of them here. I have a crane. It's a crane Tonka truck with an articulating crane on the back. God, that makes so much sense now that I'm thinking about that out loud. Bro, I just had cranes and trucks and space shuttles, but you're partial to the Napier Deltic? What is that? Is that a two-stroke? Why would someone do this, Sean? Why would someone do this? Why would someone do this to another person? It's Deltic. It's three V8s like next to each other, but it's two-stroke. What the hell? I hate it. I hate it. I hate it a lot. It's a three-cylinder two-stroke? Because torque. Yeah. What in the hell? British Admiralty set up to develop a high-powered lightweight diesel for torpedo. Oh, it's yeah, British. Yeah, that makes sense. Wait, it's a thing. And they put him in train. Okay. 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 All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was unfamiliar with your game. Can I build my capsule now, please? Can I build my capsule now? No, all right. That's cool. All right. All right. Okay, so we need a set of thrusters there, and then we need the back thrusters right there. Okay, so I need a back set of thrusters over here. So those are for the separation. Now we need the roll control thrusters, which are going to be a little bit of a pain to make. Just because of the weird axis that they need to be in. The roll control thrusters need to be up here, like that. And they're pointed upright. Oh boy. Oh boy. How would you feel about a composite tank ESM? It's using COPVs. It's pretty much already that. See, those thrusters look like they're pointed inwards, but they're not. They're actually pointed up. It's just there's a recessed point right here. This is what's going to be a little bit difficult to make with this, but essentially what we got to do with Orion's onboard thrusters is just the roll control thrusters need to be pointed up, and that's it. Those thrusters are essentially that shape right there. But they're in the computer? It's so simple. Hey, astronaut guy, what's up, dude? And that's it. Those are its thrusters on the command module. Can use the nav lights to get the recessed look. These ones, Snackless? Oh, look at you. Thanks, man. That's actually gonna be pretty sick. Tricks of the trade. Hey, shut up! I taught you the tricks of the trade, you doofus. But yes, thank you. Thank you, though. That's actually gonna make it look a little less poopy doopy. We don't want poopy doopy, right? Nobody wants that. Maybe somebody, but hey, that's yeah. Those somebodies aren't around here. Looks great on shuttles too, just saying. Nice. Hey, mate. What's going on? Do you think that Starship will launch on the 12th? We'll see. We'll see, dude. Snackless, now I gotta do that with every thruster. You dill hole. And the lights are physicsless, so that's actually at least, well, I don't know if those are physicsless. I'm pretty sure they are. It really does make it look nice. It dresses it up a little bit. Just so anyone... Oh yeah, KSP is on sale. That's right, Pewitt. Yeah, you ain't kidding. Yeah, no problem, Kyle. I love trains, dude. You should go see 4014. And I'm saying that as somebody that's never seen it. I've never seen it myself, dude. But you should go see it. Because trains. Snackless, that does clean it up nice. It really makes it look like I just didn't attach a bunch of stupid thrusters to the sides of this. This era will be known as your post-Artemis capsule era. Where have you been, dude? Hope everything's going well. So, Coltec 4014 never went near you. You want to hear something crazy? The closest it'll be is Scranton to me. And it arrives in Scranton on my wedding anniversary. I can't. Probably can't. Probably, yeah. I don't think I'm confident enough to make that happen, dude. Oops, I forgot. Send flowers, yeah. Any chance Primo is an Office fan? Could go to Buffalo, though. Dude, small rabbit hole. All the thrusters are placed where I need them to. We just gotta make sure they work. So, speaking of Buffalo, also frick the Sabres.
Go at throttle up.
First of all, first and foremost, F them 3 ways to Sunday. But also, Buffalo's a really beautiful train station that they're not doing anything with. It's over here. It's this awesome Art Deco train station, and it's really, really pretty. And Buffalo, I think it's called the City Terminal. And so this track kind of goes through it. There used to be a bridge right here, a pedestrian bridge, so you could get down to the platforms. It went over this track. It is a pretty train station. Yeah. And it's not connected. It's actually a train station with a bus terminal underneath it, from what I can surmise from this, which just makes it suck even more. It's not open to the public. Well, make it open to the public, dude. You know how you make it open to the public? Look, see, there's these little sections right here. See right here? You could put train tracks in there. See? You could put train tracks. You could even put two train tracks, like right next to each other. So you could like have two there, 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 and two there, right? And then wait for it. We could put people on trains. And then when we open it to the public, people could walk in and they could get on these trains to go places. Genius. I know. Sometimes my genius is frightening.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Bet up, 27-month resub. Source? Gork, is this true? No, it doesn't add up at all. Yeah, Rares, ain't any different than any other damn space. I was about to say space station. Train station? Space station? Gork, is this true? But EJ, how will we monetize such a thing? I know where this conversation's going. The Exchange Street station is down the street and it sucks so bad. Let me guess. The Amtrak station is... Model train set in the shop. Don't have enough space. Need a bigger shop.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Where is it? Demo. What? You guys should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed. Kind of ironic how there's a freeway going right over the train station. You guys ever seen Bad Boys 2? Where Johnny Tapia sees the picture of, he has the picture painted at his house in Bad Boys 2, and it's a picture of him as the Lord and Savior, and he looks at it and he goes, "This is freaking depressing! I mean, who had this freaking idea?" You know, like that, but with train stations. This is freaking depressing! I'm taking my spacecraft and going home. I mean, who had this freaking idea? Oh yeah, that looks great. One is nicer than Norfolk Station. Bro, alright, look, I'm not trying to say we got some Northeast supremacy stuff going on here, but seriously, look at our train stations, alright? Look, you know, I was about to say New York and Philly, but screw them. They got nice train stations, but we got nice train stations. Look at this. This is a beautiful train station. Look, see that? That's how you train station, man. And if anybody's from around here, don't tell them that it's a steaming pile of trash, okay? Please, look, it looks nice, okay? Okay, it looks nice. They also built a skyscraper into it recently, which is actually super cool. and there's a bus depot on top of the train station. So there's a train station with a bus depot and a skyscraper on top of it. Look at that. See? Look at it. Look at that. Isn't that nice? The building. See? That's a train station. That's nice. That's how you make a train station. See, we got another one. We got another one on the other side of town. Before you ask, do they connect? No. No, they don't. You have to take like 3 subways to get from one to the other. The other one has a hockey rink on top of it and a basketball court. But very recently we decided we didn't want to do either of those things. So the train station's cool though. Like, you know, you should do that. See? See? Put your hockey rink onto your train station. Not a bad idea. We have to look at your city hall. Nope. No, we don't. We don't need to look at the city hall ever. Yes. Yes. I need a new city hall. All right, man. What should we make? Well, you ever take a typewriter and throw it into a blender? Say no more, fam. I got the exact design. I got you. What even is that? Pathetic. Pathetic is what it is. Whose places are we grilling? Boston City Hall is terrible. It's just awful. This is horrible. See last. What's up, geek? Look at the schedule for July 9th and 10th. Gotta go through the horseshoe curve, dude. Does it at least look good on the inside? No. No. The people that perpetrated that city hall should be brought up on charges for crimes against humanity. If you and Brimo want to take a road trip, I got a place for you to stay. I'd have to ask. All right, let's go. Is this where people play KSP? The building in Orion. Getting sidetracked? It's just Monday, dude. D-Link. Oh boy. Chat really wanted to do everything but working on the capsule, so I've been just making steady progress as we go. Because that exact building, it's the humanities building. That's gross. 5 minutes from me. Yeah, that sucks. What are you gonna do? Alright, so we have the thruster package on Orion. I need to You're the only Russian here. You're not the only Russian here. Kostya, you're not the only Russian here. There's plenty of people from Russia that watch the stream. You're not the only Russian here. Jeez. I have to translate, I'll admit. That Orion's looking good. Yeah, it is, dude. I'm actually pretty happy with it. What I need to do is go get some flag textures. There's kinematics demo. I got it. Bio, you have a picture of Delft City Hall. Bow arts. Very nice. See, we like bow arts. Bow arts is good. Bow arts, Art Deco. Very good. Your parents stood on that balcony when they got married? Hang on. My space heater is making a burning smell. Not the good type of burning smell. Not that there is one. Yeah, we're just going to shut that off and we're just going to unplug that. Oh. Yeah, we're just gonna do all that. All right, anyway. All right, well, I gotta make sure that these thrusters work. So we need these for our roll control actuation. Okay, and then these ones just need to be shut off. Well, technically, no, they don't need to be shut off. They need to actuate for up and down, so that's dorsal ventral. That's what we want, dorsal ventral with these. I do need the window flags. That's what we need. Give me 1 second. See, I want that so I can make windows. But it only wants to save it as a WebP. Game data. Kerbal. Not picking up the alpha channel. Scranton is closer than Buffalo. Yeah, I don't know. Not as close as this flag is, though. All right, Rares. See you, buddy. Crap, it's not picking up on the alpha channel. There's all my flags. Discord won't grab the alpha. How are we going to do that? Whatever. I'll placeholder it. This capsule looks good. I know it's not done yet, but good job. Thanks, man. That's good enough. What do you need? Oh, urban. Windows. I just need a window texture, dude. Orion's windows, like, somebody was telling me you have those. I could, like, the problem is that people, Discord, brain do work too much good fast. I have window textures that RJ linked me in Discord, but Discord is not picking up on the alpha channel. So, yeah, the back here, look. They look like that. And if I put that in KSP, it's not going to pick up on the alpha. It's going to show that on the flag. I don't want that. So just in case people are wondering, like, what are you talking about? So, like, there's something called an alpha channel. All right. See how that flag has EJSA and it has white, right? If we set it to be transparent, right? Now it just has the E, the J, and the S, and the A, right? That's the alpha channel. It makes it clear, right? But if I set it back to white, yeah. So, like, if you want to do something like the shark mouth that we have, right? And you set it to transparent, you can. I want one of these. I want a flag that looks like a window that we can make transparent so it looks like there's a window there, because, well, for the capsule there actually is a window there, but that's another story. I've tried to save it as a That's because it opened as a WebM web media. Save the original as a PNG or GIF. Should be doable. All right. I don't think just dunking the file extension on the end of it is going to do that, though. No, it didn't. Get rid of that so we don't accidentally edit it. Come on. It didn't do it. Sent you an image. You sent me an image of the frigging download button. Implying I don't know what a download button is. Brother, I'm telling you, the pictures in Discord look like that. There's no... The alpha channel isn't showing up even in the Discord preview. It's just that. Hey, Yarg. Urban, are you cooking something up? Just copied it in. Yeah, no, I'm not explaining this clear enough, guys. You know that Discord is on another computer. It's on another computer. Downloading it over there, even if we could get it to work, right? You know, hitting the download button and, you know, having it pick up on the alpha channel, etc., etc. I have to transfer it over to the other computer. I'd rather just wait. I don't like sitting there doing stuff like that on stream. Okie dokie? I mean, Urban, yeah. It's all good. I'll just get back to... I'll just have those as placeholders for now. That's more or less the spot where the hatch needs to be. Hey, Janet, what's going on? Don't worry about it, Grebo. It's not, it ain't your problem, man. We good. Wondering if I do have a square texture. I don't think I do. I might be missing them, but do you have the forward aft RCS? Not needed. Not on the capsule. No. It's not needed on the capsule, dude. We're good. That came through, Urban, yes. Does it come through with the alpha channel? Here, it does. So save that. I might have to reload. We have to reload for the flags. All right. Just do a quick reload. So Urban, if you want to make a hatch for me too, man, I would I'd give you like $1 or like $4 or however much you want. Hey
Discovery, go
Ramalot,
at throttle up.
5-month resub. I can't wait to see the new cars, but happy anniversary for you. Huh? Worth more than that. Oh, okay, $3. Just some lovely streaming content will do for you. Okay. You made one too. Bio, you just crudely cropped out the freaking the other picture. You just crudely cropped out the other picture. Can't wait to see the new cars. Oh, Amtrak. Oh yeah. Amtrak has new cars? What, did they finally go to Amfleet 5 or what? You just crudely pasted your face over mine. All right, well, this is loading. I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back. I mean, AOJ, you're right. 150, you drive a hard bargain. Okay, I'll give you $5. Okay. I'm back. All the train talks remind me of what I think is the weirdest dumb decisions when it comes to trains. Imagine if Stellantis owned and upkept your local roads. Well, yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, I know. I told everybody about that, believe it or not, on another SLS stream that I was doing, Aqualux. I don't know if you were here or not. Long story short, 50s going into the 60s, the government stopped subsidizing the railroad. They let it fail because planes were the future, something. So, yeah. They forced a merger, and NYC in Pennsylvania made Penn Central, and it was a disaster. And we lost all of our passenger rail service because of it. So, you know, with that going for us, which is nice. Window. Now that's what I'm talking about. Ready? Now we transparented it. Oh, EJ's getting excited. My door to my shop just opened randomly, like somebody was here. Hello? Ghosts. No, that was the wind. The wind. Ghosts. 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 Period. Question mark. It was you? Why'd you scare me like that, Harry? Jeez. Anyway, Urban, thank you for this. Even this is fine. That's perfect. Dude, we got an Orion capsule here. Actually, the windows are a little bit closer together, huh? So let me get rid of that, and let me go with a flat flag. Capsule, homie. Capsule. Capsule. Trying to finish this. Stay with me. Thunder Cuckoo Falcon Bird. Guys, look what's on the screen. The devil. Yeah, they are more or less the same size. Look who's on TV, mama. The devil. Windows are kind of halfway up the thing, though. Huh? They're like, the windows are like kind of right there. I like Vicky and she likes back. I like them too. What is this, Goltech? Ken posted this. When my daughter thinks she's gonna watch Bluey, but it's 6:24 p.m. April 1st, 2026. I love this. This meme's great, dude. Yeah, you know, you ain't watching Bluey.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, neat. They only show the interior of the cars, though. Hey, Dave. 109-month resub. What's up, dude? Oh, I had a nightmare. The devil was causing a Type A mishap. No, Orion's windows are a little bigger than that. Maybe we... Oh. Yo. What is Bluey? What? I think those windows are a little bit too small. Yeah, the windows just got to be a little bit bigger. Actually, Orion's got some pretty big windows. What it's worth. Those are not small windows. It's a pain in the butt to put windows in a spaceship, dudes. Like, yeah, real big pain in the butt. It's Windows from Microsoft. 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 Cool, I'll make the new one a little bit bigger. Yeah, I need that and I need a hatch, Urban. But yeah, well I have placeholders for them. So while that's all going on, we gotta do something. We gotta here, let's we must test capsule maneuverability again. So let's just you know, oh, pretty good. $1 gazillion. I can't use the imager. Because it wants me to allow ads or whatever. Oh, hold on, Urban. Jason got it under control. Thanks, man. I mean, Urban, you can still make them if you want, but also... Yeah. Wait, Imager works on this website. Whatever. Yeah, whatever. Match. We got a square window in here, man. Save them all as soon as possible. I like these truss ones. And the wing texture I already have, I believe. Does KSP have any mods that simulate SLS? Why do you ask, Serge? You just did these back in the day? What are the windows actually made of? It's glass. Glass and acrylic. If I'm remembering right, visual. There's like layers to it. There's a bunch of different layers between the inner and outer pressure vessels. So, Serge, you're asking about simulating SLS? Is this good enough? You gotta build it, dude. Like an onion? Yeah, kind of. Not just the look. Oh, you confused me there. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, because the Orion capsule's going right there. It's going to go on top of this. That's why I'm building it. I'm building it to go on top of that and on top of an Ares 1. Because... yeah. Sent you some of your own from back in the day. Thank you, Snackless. Yes. Could you make a bigger flag part to add the orange foam to the core stage? Have you tested the heat shield? Untested. I wanted to do this so we could test the RCS. You know what? The more I do this, the more I actually like it. This is, that looks good, man. Not bad for a stock build. We get the right windows on that thing and the right hatch, then, yeah. It's gonna look really nice. Anyway. Time to fly. Why not have Ares 1 as a treat? I'm gonna redo Jebstone, my Jebstone 1X ops. I'll redo Jebstone 1X to work with this a lot better. Jebinville, please just get off of this. There we go. It's not that Snackless, it's Lil Jeb 2, okay? Well, at least it's going out to sea. I needed to do a little more than that. You could use the lights as windows, Conan. People have done that. Yeah, you could use the Mark II illuminators. Yeah, you could do that too. Yeah, that's probably a problem. You have to make sure that that's connected to the right thing. Okay, let's try this again. The aft part of the fairing was attached to the wrong thing, guys. That's why it didn't like it. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see it work now. There we go. Oh! It's fine. Can you explain to a noob, is the idea of a Starship Depot not really inefficient in how many they need to launch to fill? Do you think they could bring the launches to fill down? I'm formulating a response, Matt. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 moment. So, dude, is that what you got to define your parameters of a launch vehicle if you really want to understand what it's about? Okay. So you asked, is the idea of a Starship Depot not really inefficient? Sure. It's horribly inefficient if you're trying to get anywhere expediently, right? It's terribly inefficient. You got to refuel a bunch of times. It's a pain in the butt. So, Matthew, here's where, if you're relatively new to spaceflight, here's what I would recommend doing in the future. Okay, you know it's inefficient, right? You put that together. Why is SpaceX doing it if it's inefficient? And what that comes down to is trying to figure out what stakeholder expectations are for a vehicle. What is it trying to do? What is Starship trying to establish? Starship is trying to establish a logistical pathway into space. And it is quite actually like a C5 Galaxy for space. That's what it's supposed to do. Now, are C5s capable of in-flight refueling? Are C-17s capable of in-flight refueling? Yeah, of course. Wouldn't it be better to just have the C5 transport, fly it, like do it in one shot? Sure. But you're doing that is getting planes, you're going to get the plane to a size where it's just too big for a runway, right? Now, there isn't really many established runways on the moon or Mars, but long story short is that SpaceX is trying to make a logistical avenue. They're not necessarily trying to do what Apollo was doing. You know what I mean? Starship is not SLS. SLS is not Starship. Those are two different things. Matthew, what I like to tell people is that SpaceX is really bringing up the logistical side of this of space flight. Now, think about it like this. NASA is the scientific application of rockets. They use rockets for scientific purposes, for discovering things, for exploring, for figuring stuff out. Okay? SpaceX is the application of said rocket science in a logistical capacity. Right? One is a cargo jet, like a 747 cargo. And the other one is a research plane. Those are two different things, right? So SpaceX's architecture might see, in blue for that matter as well, might seem a little bit strange because, you need 10 to 15 Starship refills, depot Starship, etc., etc. But when you start thinking about it, like how okay, the Falklands War, 1982, England versus Argentina, the United Kingdom versus Argentina. They bombed targets in the Falkland Islands with the Avro Vulcan bombers. How did they do that? The Vulcans, there's no air base near there, maybe Ascension, where you could refuel these things. So what they did, they launched them from the United Kingdom. They launched Avro Vulcans. Vulcans don't have enough range to make it halfway around the world to the Falkland Islands. The Falkland Islands aren't near England, right? So how did they do it? They refueled them. They refueled them and they refueled them and they refueled them and they refueled them again. They dropped their bombs. They came back, refueled, and came home, right? The U.S. does that with B-2s. We don't forward deploy our B-2 bombers. They operate out of the United States and they fly to their target. How do they do that? Well, they do that from KC-135s being refilled. Think about Starship more like a logistical thing, like a logistical airplane, like how you do in-flight refueling to get something to go somewhere without landing it anywhere.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Owens, 82-month resub. Thank you. So yeah, it might not seem like the most efficient thing if you're trying to do it all in one shot, but SpaceX is not trying to do it all in one shot. They're not trying to build Apollo. They're trying to build a logistical avenue that gets you to the surface of Mars and to the moon. So you're going to go about it a little bit differently, dude. Or they bring them to the UK. We don't forward deploy B-2s to the UK, Sharktails. B-1s and B-52s, sure. I don't think we land B-2s over there, but I mean, someone knows about this more than I do. We might. It's possible. Quick questions. Are the thrusters on Orion's service module actually not symmetrically placed, or do they use varying pulse width modulation to compensate for the offset center of mass? What would you do, Lava? What would you do? They took off from Ascension, not England. Yeah, Geeson, I figured, I mentioned Ascension because I figured somebody might know more about this than me and, you know, be like, well, they took off from here. Yeah, that's still not close to the Falkland Islands. The point still stands. You've had B2s in Mildenhall. So, yeah, there you go. I mean, either way, guys, you guys, it's not, you're splitting hairs at this point, but whatever. You know, it's chat. I could say I like this, and chat would be like, no, you don't. It's like, great, good. Pulse width modulation would be slightly more complicated. Simply offsetting them would be simpler. Well, you only need to offset on one axis, Lava. Yeah. It was a good explanation to me, plus love the Vulcan. There you go, man. It's a logistic. Like, NASA figures out ways to do rocket science. SpaceX is the application of that rocket science, right? I had a chemical engineer tell me one time. That, like, chemists are the scientific application of chemistry. Chemical engineers are the industrial application of chemistry. Two different things. But it's both chemistry, right? And I use that analogy in spaceflight a lot nowadays because that's very smart. NASA is the scientific implementation of rocket science. SpaceX is the industrial implementation of rocket science. Does that make sense? That's why at face value, if you're looking at it from NASA's perspective, SpaceX's architecture looks ridiculous. So does Blue's. Because they're two different things. That's always been my argument, Matt, for wanting SLS to exist. I want SLS to exist more, not less. Because those are what NASA does and what SpaceX does. There is overlap, obviously. But it's not the same thing. They're not analogous. One cannot replace the other. That makes sense, dude? And I firmly believe that it's not going to be as many refueling flights as they're making out, because Block 3 is insane, has insane capacity. Starship holds 1,650 tons of fuel. Factoring in about 150 tons to LEO is 11 launches. Now, Cryo CH4 is minus 161, where hydrogen is 256. Do you really think 4 extra refills of Starship covers the boil off? I don't know, man. We'll see. So one thing that I'm finding out is that these thrusters, I'm not 100% sure these thrusters are imparting anything on the vehicle. Either that or these thrusters just suck down here, which I'm pretty sure they do. So forgive me. This is gonna look so stupid. That's not what I did. Hey Myers, what's going on? No, get off the screen. I suspect you have a lot of offset drag in addition to the COM. It's the fairings. It's the fairings, dude. None of the fairings are included. Which, so Aqualex, I don't care that none of the fairings are included, if that makes any sense, dude. I don't care. I kind of wish that they were, but, and I'm not 100% sure why they're not either, but the 3 fairing plates that make up the parts of Orion are not. I would suspect it's because all 3 are terminated. They're not, like, they're ended. They're cup shape. They're not, like, closed on anything in particular. But that's okay. When that's the case, the thing really wants to fly backwards. Which is fine. That's good. That's what we want. Did you watch Formula One? No. I know the results, though. Good news, I have an interview tomorrow, and to top it all off, thanks to this community, my resume is in the hands of the recruiters at Firefly. Good. Elvis, you were trying to mill up some maple with your chainsaw mill, and the thing bound up and broke the chain tension, or kind of a pucker moment. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Are you gonna have an Orion drop between the when you cut the drogue, drop the mains, or is that even possible? It's possible. I will do that. Yeah. I'll make it so it cuts the drogues and puts the main chutes out. Get rid of all this. What else do we want in this design? I do believe I did put a storage unit in there, but I don't think we need storage units because I think those have that thing has storage units in it. It has inventory space in it. So does that. So does the capsule. Kind of like that, like that. I just looked at the patents that NASA holds, and it's substantial. Should NASA raise the price of technology it license out? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know, dude. Like, that's a big question. Yeah, we knew about that, Aqualex, from the post-flight press conference. I didn't know it was called parachute pendulosity, though. That's actually a pretty cool word. No, Conan, it was just there to look cool. I nixed the EVA operability of the capsule. I got rid of it. For now. Alright, I'm just gonna reset here to see if we can get the door hatch, the capsule door hatch. That's what I really want. I don't think we need these porthole windows. These are nice though, Jason. I do like them. I remember when flags came out. I remember when you made these. Let me just give KSP a quick restart so we can put all that in place. The emergency exit is just painted on. Out of order. Even in the future, nothing works. I was working on it, Conan, but I decided to get rid of that. May the 4th be with you, Call. How did you pull off the exterior surface? Is that a coupler? I was busy with work. What do you mean the exterior surface? Crazy opinion, I kind of like the all-black look of the EFT-1 Orion. What's the reason why they went with the reflective look? It's silicon oxide tape, Edelweiss, and it's for better thermals. The heat shield has it on it too, or had it on it. He'd have bladed off, but... I just kicked my other keyboard by accident and it posted something in Discord General. It posted 03 in Discord General, so it's fine. The metal part on the outside of the capsule, is that the larger capsule? No. They're silver fairings. .03 dot. Have you played RP1? No. Not on stream. Maybe we will someday, dude. They're fairings, all systems, yeah. One fairing is a cone that goes this way, and the other one's a cone that goes that way, and they're clipped into each other. They look like this. I'll show you. Yeah, you're. Is it 7 o'clock? Have I been sitting here working on this capsule for 7 hours today? There is no freaking way that just happened. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. So, all systems check it. It's 3 different fairings. So, for the forward ring, I have 1 fairing that I edited. For the back...
Discovery, go and throttle.
For the back fairing, it's a 1.8 fairing that's right there. And then for the forward cone, it's another small one. It's 3 different fairings. You can see them. 1, 2, and 3. Why not? It means you're back in the groove. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I really tried to get a lot of sleep this weekend. Just like the good old Condor 9 days. Hatch. Yes. That's awesome. There it is, man. There it is, man. That's so ridiculous. I love it. Nobody will ever know. Man, it looks strange with the Mark III or the Mark 1.3's hatch just kind of crudely pasted onto the side. Oh, wow. Oh, we got it. It has to be a little bit bigger. Oh, no, let's try the 1.25 fairing. Okay, let's try the 1.8. Oh yeah, there's my hatch. It's perfect. Call John Elway. That's the same size.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
That's almost the exact size, too. Maybe there's a way I can get the 2.5 fairing to look good. Or the 2.5 hatch. That one's close. That's much too big. Thanks, Sam. Taylor, 16 months. What's up, man? Not even half the type I've been following. Glad to call you friend. Keep up the good work. Thanks, man. Might play some Battlefield tonight if you're down. That Project Augur crap is calling my name, dude. That's almost the exact size, dude. Battlefield 619. That hatch is not the right. It's not right. Is it Counter-Strike time? No. It's Battlefield time, dude. Alright, well, I'll go with that as a placeholder, but yeah, it looks terrible. If Urban, if you're out there, if you're still working on it, yeah, I'd appreciate some, This doesn't look stock. It's a flag, dude. Nerf football reference acknowledged. It's perfect. Call John Elway. I don't know how I always end up pulling that one out of my tail, but yeah, these are flag textures, DeWolf. That's all. It's stock. You could download this and use it. You just wouldn't have the textures. It would look a bit funky. You'll get back to it. Don't make it a priority, Urban. I don't want to burden you. You know what I mean?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Wang 190. Welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. Yeah, the windows are going to need to be a little bit larger. Not that large. No, that's too large. Man. So like the thing is that I think that hatch is more or less the right size. What size is this now? You're confused by the heat shield. EJ did a little something to graph to some part files, Sam. EJ did a little something. So I added a heat shield. I figured out that how they make heat shields in Kerbal, or how Rover Dude made the heat shields back in the day, was he made one heat shield and then made it so the part scales for somehow. Like, here, I'll show you. So check this out. So there's a 625. There's the 1.25. There's the 1875, right? Then 2.5 comes after that, Rocco Max, and then 375, right? Those are all the different heat shields. What I did was I copied the 375 heat shield and scaled it to an intermediate scale between 2.5 and 375. And look. Does that look like it belongs or what? Almost like that should have been a core diameter in KSP. So I have a 3.02 meter heat shield. That's the diameter of my Orion. And I edited the craft file as such, and we've been doing aerodynamic testing with it. It works. Mint. Yeah, the 875. It pretty much splits the difference. How about making some fairing plates and other parts that core size to simplify things? I don't necessarily want to do that, Aqualux. The reason why is like I don't want the fairing to be the exact diameter because I need to have my fairings taper out to make a forward skirt. So I'm actually kind of okay with it being the way that it is. Leave the hatch, it looks okay. It's just the windows that are a little screwed up. If the windows were the same size, ARJ, but they were square, it would look fine. Like, if I honestly just did this. See? If it's a square, it looks okay. It's just the windows are too small. It's distracting the eyes. I just need a different window texture. But that's good enough for now. Nice. Well, I'd say we've done some pretty good testing here, so let's hold on here for a second. Whoa. Those are too big. Much too big. We gotta go CEV. Let's do this. Those are too big. They'd look terrible. Hinge the panels. Hinge the panels. The saw panels are too big. Break out the Cygnus hat? Okay. Okay. We got Cygnus solar panels, so we need Cygnus hat. There we go. There's Cygnus hat. How do you get the round solar panels? They come with... They're part of the Breaking Ground DLC, if I'm remembering correctly. Yep, Cygnus hat. Maybe you could scale the solar arrays. Probably could. Yeah, see. Solar panels, there we go. Cygnus hat. Yep, see, solar panels are generating power. That's why they're clear. Or something. Okay. All right, that's enough.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Badojo, 17-month resub. Thank you. The panels are more forward if we're going with the Constellation variant. Oh. I'm just asking questions. Relax. Our part count budget is getting so bad. But all the... Oh. I know, and I know we have to now. I don't really have a choice now, do I? Damn it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Trojan, what's up, dude? Why not use the stock ones? They're too big, Louiso. They don't look right. It's the right shape. It's just not the right size. Look. They're much too large. Like I said, right shape, just too big. If they were like 2 panels shorter, they'd be perfect. Why not do another rescale? It might not be as easy as that King with the I was gonna say it might not be as easy with those solar panels, but I mean, guys, but these are modded parts. Because of the heat shield, I just thought of this. Because that heat shield, I can't just put this up on Kerbal and call it a day. You need the scaled heat shield. It's technically not stock. Kinda is, but it kinda isn't. Hey, Violet, what's going on? I'm good. Got a question. When I stand on the balcony of my new house, the moon is 20 degrees off to my right. On day 2, the moon is 30 degrees to my right. And on day 3, the moon is 90 degrees to my left. Can you explain why the big shift overnight? Did you go out at the same time? The moon moves very fast. Thereabouts the same time? I'm not understanding your reference frame, Violent. That makes no sense. Sure you didn't, like, fall over or something? I mean, Violent, the long story short is that the moon's orbit is eccentric. It's slightly eccentric. And on top of that, you have Earth's axial tilt. And then on top of that, you have lunar inclination. Lunar's 5.1 degrees to the ecliptic. There's a lot of things going on all at once to make the moon look like it's shifting in weird spots across the sky. It wouldn't. I'm not understanding your reference frame. It wouldn't like make big jumps like from like 30 degrees to 90 degrees, dude. I would say go do more observation. Yeah, that's what I would say. So we're standing on the balcony looking straight forward. Moon is about 20 degrees to your right, so 20 degrees this way. Violent, I don't know what the exact thing is off the top of my head, dude, but like I said, everything is all over it's not perfect, dude. The moon isn't in a perfectly circular orbit around the Earth. It's inclined to the ecliptic. Earth has a 21-degree tilt, so the moon can appear to jump around in the sky. It does that. That's normal. Yo, it's a middle ditch raid. What's up? What's going on, guys? How are you? What's this? A merry band of travelers? What's going on, guys? Middle ditch, how you doing, man? What were you up to? I'm just building spaceships, man, because I got still riding that high of Artemis 2, man. You guys know Middle Ditch. If you don't, he streams over on Twitch. He's a good dude. Does a lot of GTA and a Red Dead RP and stuff. Good dude. Go give him a follow. Fun streamer to be around. You good? You tried to get into it, but I couldn't find a game that I was into, so I just chilled him with Sleepy. 1 out of 5 stars. Dude, that happens, man. Dude, that happened to me the other day. That happened to me last week. Middle Ditch, I was just like, you know what, dudes? I'm just gonna go to bed. Deuces. I'm just going to bed. I'm out. You know? That happened to me the other day. I was just like, I don't feel like doing nothing. Bye. See you later. So I'm working on my Orion capsule. I'm trying to make a Artemis 2 capsule in stock, more or less. It's actually coming along pretty good. Pretty happy with it. And I just looked at the delta V calculations with this. We have 1159 delta V. That's actually not bad. It do be like that, dude. Sometimes it do be like that. That's just how it do be. That's just the way she goes, man. As they'd say up in BC, oh, that's just truck driving, bud. That's just truck driving. That just happens that way. Anyway, everything else good, man? How's things? I mean, Middle Ditch, you can come play Battlefield with us if you want. Stuff's about to explode. Actually, this is pretty good progress for the capsule, dudes. Just on a side note. I'm actually pretty happy with what we have here. But if you're sleepy, dude, just go sleepy then. Sleepy, EP sleepy is, yeah, you gotta do that. Test it. I know the panels will work, ARJ. I think what I really have to do is work on the staging adapter and then the shroud. And then, yeah, if I can just get some better windows, we'll be good to go. But yeah, I think we made a lot of progress on this thing today, dudes. I'm actually pretty damn happy with this. What the fucking Tranquility is this?
Here. The Eagle has landed.
Can I have that hatch flag, please? Also, someone made a KSP mod that allows you to watch multiple cameras on a vehicle at the same time on your browser.
Okay. The hatch. Yeah, here you go. Link is in chat, RJ. I'll link them in both chats if you guys want it. It's orange. Last. Is it going to be called the Orion in mission mode? No, Taurus. This is my Taurus 2 capsule. I forget why I picked Taurus. I think mostly it's just because it's another constellation. Pretty sure that was mostly the reason. Orion chases Taurus in mythology. Ah, yeah. The fine American sedan. Yeah, no, that's it. Yowza. It's also Taurus season. Yeah, there you go. Hey, baby. I see you have capitals. I have capitals too. Nice. You see, Artemis 3 got confirmed as a Leo mission. Yeah. Yeah, Sam, it just happens to be the same orbit that Flight 12 is going in, same orbital inclination. When are you reviewing all 12,000 Artemis images? Okay. All right. I think I'm kind of... Okay. So, Sam, I actually had an interesting idea about that, dude, if you wanted to see. Twins! So David Willis posted this afternoon, and I have a theory that that right there is what B1S is going to look like. Universal stage adapter with a Centaur 5 in it on top of the SLS core stage. What's next for this build? I don't know. Give me a second. So, oh no, not that. Gross. I was talking with David about it. And I was like, if you put a Centaur in there, Centaur is this diameter right here. It's that. Centaur goes down to here. You make it, you slightly modify your payload attachment fitting, right? And you have your two RL-10s hanging down out here. That might work. Remember how I said Centaur can't launch? You can't launch Centaur on SLS? You can if you do it that way. Yeah, if you do it that way, you can. Oh, that'd work. Yeah. Whether it would take, whether it'd be, once again, you're calling into question, I'm calling into question how much time that would take. You know, but also at the same time, my voice is going. Why is my voice going? What the hell is this? But yeah, there you go. There's your B1S right there. Centaur on top. How would it stage? Peel off like the Saturn? No, it's just connected to Orion. But it's connected to Orion. The USA is handling the structural loads from Orion and its launch abort system. And then when that thing will separate, right? Once you get a main engine cutoff, that separates. The OSAM gets Orion staging adapter gets jettisoned. Well, actually, you don't even need to. Just jettison the LVSA away and then deploy the Centaur. Not gonna lie, I hate it with so much rocket with so little on top. You'll get no argument from me. You'll get no argument from me, Yarg. Anyway, ARJ, what does this need to be done? What needs to be done here? I have to, I want to do a little bit of a detail pass over this, and then we have to make the, I have to make the revised launch abort system, the LAS, and then the staging adapter, and then I kind of have to dial in the thrusters. I thought my service module would be too big. It's not. It's actually pretty damn close to the right size, so I'm gonna have to rebalance the thrusters on it and stuff, but we can do all that tomorrow. Do you have a pad for this? No. It looks good. How many parts did we? It ended up being 138 parts. It's a little part expensive. Are we in campaign? I'm engineering this in a sandbox save, Canes, but it will find its way into a campaign save with my space shuttle. Don't they share avionics? Then all you need to do is adapt the forward load reactor. Correct. This will go to low mooner, Hellfish. It'll do that. Bro, at the end of the day, this is 2.438 ton plus Kerbals. How heavy are we without the SM? Six. Yeah, this is a pretty heavy capsule. But it's still showing 1.1 kilometers a second. This will get to low lunar. If we throw it on TLI, it'll get to low lunar, absolutely. Let me check. So let's look at the Delta V. Let's look at the Delta V map. Sorry guys, my voice is going all of a sudden. I really am not okay with that. That's really uncool. I really wish that would stop. That happens when I've been talking too much. 310 for circularization. 310 for circularization at a 14 kilometer low lunar, right? 860. So this thing could circularize around the moon almost. 1159. If we launched it on translunar, it could get easily into low lunar. Now, let me check something here, just out of curiosity. How much Delta V do we have if we put 36 tons on the front of this thing and closed it out? $284. See what I mean? It's Jupiter 4. It is, Redbeard. You're not wrong. Do you trust the Delta V numbers while the clipping and node magic going on? Yes. Clipping and node magic isn't going to make the difference. The service module and all its fuel tanks are behind the heat shield, dude. Unless I overclock that engine, that's right. Right, so this thing could... It could almost circularize with 36 tons of lander. What about 18 tons? 455. Yeah. It could circularize with that. Jettison that. Here, let's go in here like this. There's the fuel tanks. Half that. Where did we start? 455. We need 300 of that. So we need... Do you need that to say about 150? Right there. So if we deployed that lander into low lunar, 392, you have enough to get home. Yeah. This can do 18 tons by itself. It can drop an 18-ton lander into low lunar and then still have enough to get home. Yeah. Pretty good, man. All right, we got to do thruster balancing and stuff. And jury's still out on the solar panels, guys. I don't know. I like that design. It does look nice. I might want to redo the thruster configuration to be more in line with the MPCV. But basically, the cool thing is that we have more or less, this is CEV Delta V numbers. Easily crew exploration vehicle. Which is interesting. Yeah, if I just give the windows kind of a little bit of a detail pass. Maybe move that out there. Yeah, just do... Well, we got to do a detail pass on it. That's it. Other than that, though, this looks good. And I think I want to redo my thruster config. Just do some quick upgrades to it. And then we need to make sure that our thruster blocks are in line with the center of mass, which they absolutely are not. Heck, I might want that engine tilted down like that. I'm not sure if the vector range of that thing is gonna actually work. All right, that's stuff to figure out. We also have to test all the separation systems and make sure they work. All right, cool. That's great, man. I'm really happy with that. That thing looks freaking sick. Taurus 2, yeah, I'm kind of really happy that I pushed through with it. It looks really nice.
Discovery, go
I'll
and throttle
redo
up.
some of the thruster blocks here. We gotta do all the fine tweaking tomorrow with this thing. But yeah, I'm getting a little bit tired. We just dropped 8 hours of work on that thing, so that was fun, man. That was good. You guys down for some Battlefield Project Augur? I kind of want to. All right, excellent. Let's do that. We'll go into some after hours here, and we'll do that. I'm just gonna go check on Bree. I'm gonna jog the VOD. I'll be right back. Stand by for a momentary loss of signal on YouTube as expected. Thank you very much for watching. This is gonna be a part series throughout this entire week. We'll have this capsule. I gave myself a week to dial this capsule in. We are ahead of schedule right now. It came out a lot nicer than I thought. It was a lot easier to do than I thought. But yeah, let's we still have to test it. We have to do a pad abort. We have to make sure the chutes work. We have to make sure the LAS works. We have to reconfigure the LAS from the Taurus 1 capsule. There's a lot to do. And then we'll take the Ares 1 rocket that we made, Jebstone 1X, and we'll reconfigure the fuel tanks for that to make it more in line with how it should look with our capsule. And then we'll go from there. Get some tea for the boys. I'm going to go down to the house and get cough drops too. So I'll be right back. Are there any good tutorials for how you do fairings? Battlerock, you can just ask me, or you can watch some of the Kerbal VODs over the last couple of days, like last week that I did. Particularly the one for the SLS upper stage really, really teaches you how to work them. I can always show you tomorrow if you want. Hey, Ish, 69-month resub. All right, Stand by for momentary lost signal on YouTube. I'll be right back.